There is a town somewhere in America. It has a nuclear power plant with cracked cooling towers. It has a bar owned by a man named Mo. It has a school where a boy named Bart has been in the fourth grade for 36 years. And it has a family. A yellow family with four fingers on each hand, living in a house on Evergreen Terrace, watching television, eating donuts, and going about their impossible lives in a town that should not exist. The Simpsons has been on the air since December 17th, 1989. 36 years, 788 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history, the longest-running scripted primetime show, a cartoon that outlasted the Cold War, the dot-com boom, September 11th, the iPhone, the pandemic, and every cultural revolution that has swept through the country it was designed to satirize. And in all that time, through all those episodes, through every disaster and every reset and every impossible thing that has happened in Springfield, nobody has ever stopped to ask the most basic question. The question that should be asked every single week when the couch gag plays and the music swells and Homer drives home from the power plant. What is wrong with this place? We are going to ask it tonight. We are going to sit down in Springfield's strangest corners and shine a light into the places the show has carefully left dark. We are going to go through 131 mysteries. Some of them are small, some of them will unravel your entire understanding of the show. All of them have been sitting inside those 788 episodes, waiting quietly for someone to notice them. So, settle in. Get comfortable. Let the town of Springfield wash over you like the ambient hum of a nuclear reactor at 3 in the morning. Because tonight, we are not watching the show. Tonight, we are reading between the lines. Mystery. Number 1. Why does no one in Springfield ever acknowledge that nobody is aging? This is the one that should bother everyone the most and somehow bothers almost no one. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in 1989. He is 10 years old right now. The same age, the same face, the same spiky hair that has never once been styled and never once fallen. Lisa was 8, Maggie was 1. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s, which at the time felt like reasonable ages for parents of 3 children. 36 years later, all of these facts remain exactly true. But here is what makes this more than just a cartoon convention. Here is what makes this genuinely philosophically strange. The show does not ignore time. It actively engages with it. The characters reference current events. They comment on modern technology. Homer has used a smartphone. The kids have referenced social media. There have been episodes that take place at specific historical moments. The world inside Springfield is continuously updating itself to reflect the world outside. Everything changes except the people. This is not like older cartoons where the whole production existed in a hermetically sealed bubble. Springfield is porous. It absorbs the real world. Guest stars arrive from the present day. News events filter in. Cultural moments are satirized in real time. The show is deeply engaged with the present tense, and yet the people at its center are frozen. And the strangest part is that nobody in Springfield ever mentions this. Not once in 36 years has another character looked at Bart and said, "Hold on, weren't you 10 back when I was in college?" Not once has a doctor examined Homer and noted that his medical records span 4 decades, but he hasn't aged a day. Not once has anyone in this entire town, which contains doctors, lawyers, scientists, and at least one Nobel Prize winner, thought to ask why the children on their street have been children for longer than some parents have been alive. The show treats this as invisible, as though the frozen clock is simply a fact of life in Springfield, as unremarkable as the sky being blue or the power plant being cracked. Which raises the first real mystery. Is the lack of aging something the characters genuinely cannot perceive? Or is it something they have collectively agreed not to discuss? Those are 2 very different things. One is a biological impossibility. The other is a conspiracy of silence. Mystery. Number 2. Where exactly did the Simpsons family come from? Not Springfield. Before Springfield. There is a version of the Simpson family history that is almost entirely contradictory. Over 36 seasons, the show has returned to the origins of Homer and Marge multiple times. In flashback episodes, in anniversary episodes, in bottle episodes, where a character recounts the past in soft filtered haze. And if you line all of those flashbacks up side by side, the story they tell does not hold together. In the earliest flashbacks, from the first 5 or 6 seasons, Homer and Marge meet as teenagers in the late 1970s. Their courtship is scored to disco and flannel. Homer has a terrible haircut. Marge has a very early version of her Tower of Blue. They are young and goofy and clearly rooted in a specific cultural moment that places their formative years firmly in the Carter administration. Then the floating timeline begins to drag the present forward. And suddenly those flashbacks no longer make mathematical sense. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in the mid-2000s, they could not have been teenagers in 1978. The numbers don't work, so the show quietly revises. Later flashback episodes push their teenage years into the late 1980s, then into the 1990s. By recent seasons, flashbacks to their early romance reference grunge music and early internet culture. The same two people, the same love story, 4 entirely different eras. This is more than just a continuity error, it is an act of narrative erasure. Every time the show rewrites Homer and Marge's past to fit the present, it is deleting a version of them that previously existed. The Homer who met Marge at a disco is not the same Homer who met Marge at a grunge show. They have the same name, they make the same jokes. But their foundational memory, the bedrock of who they are, is different. Where did the first Homer and Marge go? Did their original past simply cease to exist? And if it did, do they know? Do they carry any residual trace of a history that has been overwritten? The show doesn't say. It just hands you a new flashback and expects you to accept it as though the previous one never aired. Mystery. Number 3. Why does Springfield have so many geographic features that cannot coexist? Springfield has a harbor. It also has a desert. It has mountains visible from the town center and an oceanfront district. It has farmland within driving distance and has been depicted as bordering at least 4 different states in 4 different episodes. It has experienced blizzards, heat waves, tropical storms, and at least 1 volcanic event. No single location in the continental United States contains all of these things. Not one. Even the most geographically diverse regions of America, places like California or Montana that pack significant variety into their borders, do not compress oceans, deserts, mountains, and Arctic tundra into the commuting radius of a single town. Springfield is geographically impossible. This has been documented, mapped, and cataloged by fans for decades. The show has been contradicting itself about the town's location since approximately the 3rd season, and it has done so with what appears to be increasing enthusiasm. As if the writers decided at some point that the geographic incoherence was not a mistake but a feature. As if they were deliberately building a town that could not be pinned down. Matt Groening admitted in 2012 that he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up. For a brief, bright moment, the mystery was solved. And then the show kept airing, kept contradicting itself, kept placing Springfield in contexts that made Oregon impossible. The writers didn't honor the confession. The mystery remained open. But why? What purpose does a town without a fixed location serve, beyond the surface-level explanation that it makes the show relatable to viewers everywhere? There is a darker answer worth sitting with. A town without a fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent state government to enforce environmental law, no permanent EPA jurisdiction to investigate a nuclear facility with 342 violations. If Springfield exists simultaneously in Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, then no single state attorney general can build a sustained case against the power plant sitting in its center. Springfield doesn't have a location because having a location would mean having accountability. Mystery. Number 4. What are the Simpsons actually supposed to be? This is a question that sounds simple and becomes complicated very quickly. The Simpsons are depicted as human beings. They speak, think, feel, and behave as humans do. They attend a human school, work human jobs, celebrate human holidays, and feel human emotions. The show is explicitly a satire of the American human experience. But they do not look human. They have 4 fingers on each hand, which in humans is a condition called ectrodactyly, a limb difference that requires significant genetic or developmental cause. They have eyes that protrude far beyond normal human orbital dimensions, enormous white discs that no human skull could accommodate. They have skin that is uniformly yellow, a shade that in actual humans is associated with jaundice, liver failure, or neonatal disease. They have skulls shaped in ways that no known human cranial structure supports. The show has always explained this as an art style. These are cartoon characters. The distortions are aesthetic choices, not biological facts. You are not supposed to ask why Bart has 4 fingers. You are supposed to laugh at what he does with them. But the show also occasionally casts light on its own character's appearance. It depicts a medical system that examines them and finds specific abnormalities. It depicts outsiders arriving in Springfield and looking noticeably different, more human proportioned, more anatomically plausible. The visual distinction between Springfield residents and visitors from outside is consistent and deliberate. So which is it? Are the Simpsons human beings who happen to be drawn oddly, or are they something else? Something that looks like what a human would look like if the human had been subjected to decades of environmental contamination. Something that a child's drawing of a person might look like if that child's perception of people had been shaped by growing up surrounded by mutation. The show will never answer this directly, but the fact that it occasionally gestures toward the question suggests that someone, somewhere in those 36 seasons of writing rooms, thought about it and decided to leave the door open. Mystery number 5. Who actually built Springfield? The town of Springfield has a founding mythology. It was established by Jebediah Springfield, a figure depicted as a kind of American pioneer hero, a man whose statue stands in the town square and whose legend forms the bedrock of Springfield's civic identity. Except that Jebediah Springfield was a fraud. In the episode Lisa, the Iconoclast, Lisa uncovers documentary evidence that the historical Jebediah Springfield was not the noble frontiersman the legend depicts. He was a pirate, a vicious, violent man named Hans Sprungfeld, who at one point attempted to kill George Washington and wore a silver prosthetic tongue to conceal the fact that his original tongue had been bitten off in a fight. Lisa, being Lisa, attempts to bring this truth to Springfield. The town resists. The revelation would undermine the shared myth that holds the community together. The civic identity of Springfield is built on a story that is entirely fabricated. The founder is a lie. The statue is a monument to a fiction. And after some initial resistance, Springfield essentially decides to keep the lie. Because the truth about Jebediah Springfield is less useful than the story about him. But here is the deeper mystery this episode opens. If the founding story of Springfield is false, what else about the town's history is invented? How far back does the collective mythology go? The show suggests that the residents of Springfield have been choosing comfortable stories over uncomfortable facts for as long as the town has existed. The Jebediah myth isn't an anomaly. It's a template. Springfield was built on a lie from the very first day. What would the real history of Springfield look like if someone removed every piece of agreed-upon mythology and looked at what was actually there? Mystery number 6. Why does the town mob form so easily and forget so quickly? Springfield has one of the most volatile populations in the history of fiction. The residents of this town will form a torch and pitchfork mob at the slightest provocation. Homer says something mildly offensive. Mob. A rumor starts about a monster. Mob. A new store opens that threatens local businesses. Mob. Someone does something vaguely unusual at the wrong moment. Mob. And then, within the same episode, or at latest by the following week, everything is fine. The mob disperses, the torches go out, the pitchforks are presumably returned to the sheds they came from. The people who were howling for blood 30 minutes ago are back at Moe's Tavern sharing a beer with the person they were trying to chase out of town. This cycle repeats across the entire run of the show with a consistency that feels less like comedy and more like a behavioral pattern. The people of Springfield experience sudden, intense collective emotional states that override individual judgment, act on those states with immediate and dramatic physical violence or threat thereof, and then return to a baseline of passive normalcy as though nothing happened. This is not how human communities function under normal circumstances. It is, however, exactly what you might expect from a population experiencing chronic damage to the neurological systems responsible for emotional regulation and long-term memory. A community that cannot sustain anger. A community where the consequences of collective action evaporate before they can be processed. A community that riots reflexively and forgets completely. The mob isn't a joke. It's a symptom. Mystery. Number 7. What happened to all of Springfield's children who grew up? Bart has classmates. He has had classmates since 1989. Milhouse Van Houten, who is still 10 years old. Nelson Muntz, still 10. Martin Prince, still 10. The whole class, every single one of them, frozen in the 4th grade at Springfield Elementary for 3.5 decades. But occasionally, the show depicts older residents of Springfield. Adults who attended the school, people who graduated, who left, who grew up and came back. There is an entire generation of Springfield residents who are supposed to have been children at some point, who should have passed through Bart's classroom and grown up and become the adults currently populating the town. Where did they all go? Not the famous ones, not the characters with names and recurring roles. The others. The unnamed children in the background of school scenes. The kids in the cafeteria. The students who were presumably in Bart's class before Bart was in Bart's class. If the floating timeline means that no one ages in Springfield, then none of those children ever grew up either. They are out there somewhere. Still 10, still 11, still frozen at whatever age they happened to be when the loop closed. An entire hidden population of eternal children who never made it to adulthood because the show stopped time before they could get there. Springfield must be full of them. The lost children of a floating timeline, wandering through background scenes, never named, never aged, never grown. Mystery. Number 8. Why does Springfield have so many active and former criminals in positions of trust? Let us consider the following. Springfield's chief of police is Chief Clancy Wiggum, a man who is openly corrupt, demonstrably incompetent, occasionally criminal himself, and who has been running the police department for the entire run of the show without meaningful consequence. The mayor, Mayor Quimby, is a figure of such spectacular corruption that he seems to exist in a state of permanent scandal that somehow never ends his political career. He has accepted bribes, committed various forms of fraud, and generally conducted himself with the ethical standards of a man who knows that no one in Springfield will ever actually hold him accountable. The head of education, Superintendent Chalmers, is a man whose relationship with his immediate subordinate Skinner is one of ongoing mutual dysfunction that has produced no discernible improvement in Springfield's education system. The school principal, as we have discussed, is not actually the school principal at all. The town's wealthiest and most powerful citizen is, by the show's own account, a man who has been disposing of radioactive waste illegally since the Eisenhower administration. The town's medical community includes Dr. Nick Riviera, a doctor who has been shown to be so profoundly unqualified that it is genuinely unclear how he has a license. Why does this town, which by every measurable standard has a functioning civic system, a police force, a court system, a mayor, a school board, continue to be run entirely by people who should not be in their positions? Why has no external authority ever arrived in Springfield and conducted an investigation that resulted in actual accountability? The answer might be simpler than it looks. In a town where the most powerful man has the most to hide, a functional civic system would be a threat. Better to have corrupt officials who can be managed. Better to have an incompetent police force that won't ask inconvenient questions. Better to have a school system that produces graduates incapable of organizing a challenge to the existing order. The dysfunction of Springfield's civic institutions is not a failure of governance. It is governance. It is the system working exactly as designed. Mystery number 9. What is the real nature of the relationship between Springfield and the outside world? Springfield exists in a strange relationship with the rest of America. It is clearly part of the United States. Federal agencies have jurisdiction there. National news covers its events. presidents visit, elections are held, but it also seems to operate almost entirely independently of the systems that govern the rest of the country. When the EPA concluded that Springfield's pollution had reached catastrophic levels, the solution was a dome. Not a cleanup, not federal criminal charges against the power plant, not the forced remediation of decades of environmental damage. A dome, a glass dome that contained Springfield the way you would contain a hazardous material spill. Think about what that implies. The federal government had such a low expectation of its ability to repair what had been done to Springfield that it decided the only viable option was physical containment. Not intervention, containment. Springfield is treated, at the highest levels of the American government, as a lost cause, as a zone of permanent damage that cannot be cleaned up and cannot be fixed, and must simply be isolated from the rest of the country. What did Washington know about Springfield that made containment seem more practical than remediation? What reports, what studies, what documented history of failed interventions led the EPA to conclude that Springfield was beyond saving? The dome was not an impulsive decision. It was a policy. Someone had already decided that Springfield was unrecoverable before the dome went up. And nobody in the show ever asks who made that decision or how long ago it was made. Mystery number 10. Why does Springfield's economy still function? Springfield has experienced dozens of economic catastrophes over the course of the show. The power plant has been shut down, reopened, sold, and nearly destroyed multiple times. The town has been sealed under a dome. It has experienced riots, floods, fires, and at least one instance of the sun being blocked out. By any reasonable economic analysis, Springfield should be a ghost town. The kind of place you drive through on the highway and see nothing but empty storefronts and collapsed infrastructure. But every week, Moe's Tavern is full, the Quickie Mart is open, the school is operating, people are employed. The economy of Springfield continues to function regardless of what happens to it. This is partly explained by the reset button that the show's episodic structure provides. Disasters don't accumulate. Their economic consequences evaporate between episodes. But there is a more interesting explanation sitting right at the center of town. The nuclear power plant. Burns's plant is not just Springfield's source of electricity. It is the economic anchor of the entire community. Every business in Springfield depends indirectly on the plant. Every resident who works at the plant spends their wages in town. Every supplier, every contractor, every service provider who serves the plant or its employees is part of an economic ecosystem built entirely around that single facility. If the plant closed permanently, Springfield would not just lose power. It would lose its reason to exist. The entire town is economically subordinate to Burns. And Burns keeps the plant running no matter what, because the plant is what makes him the richest person in Springfield, which is what makes him the most powerful person in Springfield, which is what keeps the plant from being held accountable. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining economic ecosystem designed to perpetuate itself. And the residents of Springfield are inside it, unable to imagine an economy that doesn't run on the same cracked reactor that is slowly poisoning them. Mystery. Number 11. Why has no major journalist ever investigated Springfield? Consider the news value. A town with a nuclear facility that has over 300 safety violations. A town where the fish have 3 eyes. A town that was sealed under a government-issued dome. A town with a centuries-old billionaire who employs known criminals. A town where the mayor is openly corrupt and the police are openly incompetent. This is, objectively, the greatest investigative journalism opportunity in American history. And yet no major news organization has ever mounted a sustained investigation into Springfield. There are local news media within the show. Kent Brockman covers local stories. The Springfield Shopper exists. But these are house organs. They are inside the loop. They do not have the independence to challenge the people who advertise in their pages and employ their family members. What about national media? The show occasionally depicts national attention being drawn to Springfield events, but those moments of national attention always dissipate. The cameras leave. The reporters move on. The story that should be the story of the decade gets covered for a week and then forgotten. Why? Because every news story about Springfield that would matter would ultimately lead back to Burns. And Burns has had over a century to develop relationships with editors, with network owners, with the people who decide which stories get resources and which stories get quietly shelved. A man who has been wealthy since the Gilded Age and who understands power as intimately as Burns does would have invested heavily in controlling the institutions of information. Not dramatically, not conspicuously, just quietly, carefully, consistently over many decades. The story about Springfield has been killed so many times that no editor assigns it anymore. It's bad for your career. It leads nowhere. The sources dry up, the evidence disappears, and the reporter who pursues it ends up covering county fairs. Mystery number 12. What happened to Springfield before the Simpsons arrived? The Simpson family did not found Springfield. They moved there. Homer grew up there. Marge is from Shelbyville, which is nearby. The family on Evergreen Terrace is relatively recent in the town's history. The town existed before them, presumably for the several hundred years since Jebediah Springfield allegedly established it. What was that history? Who were the families who came before? What happened in Springfield in the decades before Homer Simpson began his career at the nuclear power plant? The show occasionally gestures backward. Abe Simpson is a World War II veteran who has roots in Springfield that predate Homer. Burns has been in Springfield since at least the early 20th century. A handful of background characters have family histories that briefly emerge and are never followed up on. But the Pre-Simpsons history of Springfield is almost entirely blank. We know there was a foundational myth involving a pirate. We know Burns has been there for at least a century. We know the power plant has been operational for decades. We know that the contamination of Springfield's environment did not begin with Homer's tenure as safety inspector, but was well underway before him. What did Springfield look like before Burns? Before the plant? Was it once a healthy community? A place where the fish didn't have extra eyes and the children had the right number of fingers? Was there a Springfield before the damage? And if so, what happened to it? The show never goes back that far. It does not want you looking at what was there before the cracked cooling towers appeared on the horizon. Mystery number 13. Why does everyone in Springfield accept the Treehouse of Horror as normal? Every October, The Simpsons broadcast a special Halloween episode, a 3-part anthology of stories that take the characters out of the regular continuity and into horror movie parodies, supernatural scenarios, and alternate universe exploration. Characters die. Physics break. Gods and monsters walk through Springfield. The show has always been explicit that these episodes are non-canonical. They are, the framing suggests, Halloween stories. Fictions within the fiction. You are not supposed to carry the events of Treehouse of Horror into your understanding of the regular series. But here is the mystery. The characters in these episodes respond to increasingly bizarre and terrifying events with a resigned normalcy that feels less like horror parody and more like exhausted familiarity. Aliens invade Springfield every other year in the Treehouse of Horror universe. Giant creatures attack. Reality dissolves. Death becomes temporary. The rules of existence collapse. And the Simpsons face all of it with the same mild exasperation they bring to a broken dishwasher. Is it possible that the Treehouse of Horror episodes reveal something true about the characters, even within the non-canonical framing? That the reason Homer and Marge and Bart face monsters and apocalypses with such equanimity is that on some level, their world has always been monstrous? A family that lives in a contaminated town, under a floating timeline with frozen children and a dying billionaire employer and a founding history built on lies. Maybe the monsters in the Halloween specials are not that different from the monsters in the regular episodes. Maybe Springfield has always been horror. The Treehouse of Horror is just the one time they let the genre match the content. Mystery number 14. Why do the animals of Springfield behave so strangely? Santa's little helper is a greyhound of apparently normal intelligence, who occasionally displays cognitive capacities that exceed those of several human characters. Snowball, the family cat, has died and been replaced multiple times, with each replacement being so identical to the original that the family stopped naming them anything other than Snowball, a casual acceptance of interchangeable mortality that a grieving child casually shrugs off. Blinky the three-eyed fish we have discussed. But Blinky is not alone. The wildlife of Springfield in general seems to have been touched by something that bends its biology away from the expected. Animals throughout the series display mutation, unusual intelligence, unusual behavior, unusual physical characteristics. And then there is the matter of the laboratory animals that occasionally appear in episodes involving Burns's more arcane scientific pursuits. Animals that have been subjected to experiments. Animals that behave in ways their species has no business behaving. Animals that seem to understand things they shouldn't. If the power plant's runoff has been affecting the fish in the river and the mammals in the surrounding wilderness for decades, the wildlife of Springfield is not merely an incidental victim of the contamination. It is a living record of what the radiation has done to biological systems. The animals of Springfield are the canaries. They have been showing signs of radiation exposure longer than any human study could have tracked. And nobody is studying them. No biologist has set up a long-term environmental monitoring project in the forests outside Springfield. No university has requested access to Blinky's habitat. The evidence is sitting in the water, swimming around with its extra eye, and nobody is taking water samples. Mystery number 15. What is the show's true emotional center and where has it gone? The early Simpsons, seasons 1 through about 8, is widely regarded as one of the greatest achievements in the history of television comedy. The writing was dense, the jokes were layered, the emotional core of the family was genuine. Episodes could make you laugh until you couldn't breathe and then pivot in the final minute to something that hit you unexpectedly hard. Homer trying to be a better father, Marge confronting her own suppressed desires, Lisa struggling with the loneliness of being the smartest person in every room, Bart performing rebellion as a substitute for vulnerability. These were real things, recognizable things, things that families actually experienced. And then, gradually, across the middle and later seasons, that emotional center moved. Stories became more plot-driven and less character-driven. Homer became more broadly comedic and less recognizably human. The emotional stakes of individual episodes seemed to deflate. The show was still funny, but the humor became more detached from the family's interior lives. The mystery is whether this was an artistic choice, a symptom of the kind of drift that naturally affects any show running for 36 years, or something more structurally interesting. Because if you accept any of the major theories about Springfield, if you accept that time is frozen and the population is cognitively damaged, and the town operates through collective denial, then the gradual emotional flattening of the show is not a creative failure. It is the story. The show is depicting in real time what happens to a family when they live inside an impossible loop for long enough. The warmth slowly, imperceptibly fades. Not because anyone chose for it to happen. Because loops do that. They wear things smooth. The early seasons felt alive. The later seasons feel like memory. Like a dream where you recognize everyone but something in their eyes has gone slightly distant. That transition did not happen by accident. It happened the way Springfield happens. Slowly, continuously, invisibly, until one day you look up and everything is a little further away than it used to be. And there you have it, the first 15 mysteries, the foundation of what we will be spending the rest of this time exploring. Before we move on, I want to ask you something. Drop a comment below, tell me what time it is where you are and what part of the world you're watching from. I want to know how late you're up in Springfield right now. Whether you're in a quiet bedroom on the other side of the world or a living room at 2 in the morning somewhere in the middle of America. And if you haven't already subscribed, now is the time. Every mystery we are about to explore gets stranger than the last one. You do not want to miss what is coming. Let's continue. End of Section 1. Section 2. The Nuclear Section. 2. The Nuclear Shadow. Mysteries of the Power Plant. Mysteries 16 through 30. The Springfield nuclear power plant sits on the edge of town like a question no one wants to answer. 2 cooling towers. Cracked. The cracks have been documented in at least one inspection report, and the inspection report found 342 violations. The estimated cost to bring the facility into compliance was $56 million. The owner declined to spend it. That is the plant. That is the thing humming at the edge of Springfield's skyline every single day. And every single morning, a man named Homer Simpson gets into his car, drives past those towers, and goes inside to begin another day of keeping that facility from destroying the town it powers. What follows are 15 mysteries that live in the shadow of those towers. Mystery number 16. How has the power plant been operating for decades with 342 violations? 342. That number is not a rounding error or an exaggeration for comedic effect. The show presents it as a specific, documented finding from a surprise safety inspection. 342 individual violations of nuclear safety protocol in a single facility. For context, real nuclear power plants in the United States are subject to continuous oversight from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. A single serious violation can result in fines, mandatory shutdowns, and extensive remediation requirements. Multiple violations can end a facility's operating license. The regulatory apparatus surrounding nuclear power in America, while imperfect, exists precisely because a nuclear facility operating outside safety parameters is not merely a business problem. It is a public health catastrophe waiting for the right conditions. How has a facility with 342 documented violations continued to operate? How has the NRC, or its Springfield equivalent, not simply revoked the plant's license? How has the state environmental agency not intervened? How has the federal government not sent investigators? The answers are connected. Burns has money. Money buys influence. Influence shapes regulatory bodies. The NRC inspector who arrives in Springfield is a human being with a career, a mortgage, and perhaps a child in college. A quiet conversation about future employment opportunities at Burns Industries. A generous campaign donation to the right state legislator. A consulting contract offered to a recently retired federal official. These are not fictional strategies. These are documented tactics that have been used by real industries to compromise real regulatory agencies. The mystery is not that Burns has done this. The mystery is how he has sustained it for so long, across so many administrations, across multiple generations of regulatory officials. The answer is that Burns has been doing this since before most of those officials were born. He has had a century to build the network. He knows where the bodies are buried because he put some of them there. Mystery number 17. What is in the water supply and how long has it been there? Springfield gets its drinking water from a source that is downstream from the nuclear power plant's runoff. This is established clearly and casually across multiple episodes. The river near the plant produces three-eyed fish. The water table in Springfield has been absorbing whatever the plant has been leaking for as long as the plant has been operational. The plant has been operational since at least the Eisenhower administration based on contextual clues scattered through the series. That means Springfield's water supply has potentially been contaminated for over 60 years. 60 years of drinking water. There are real-world precedents for this kind of long-term contamination. Communities that lived near industrial facilities and spent decades ingesting low-level toxins without knowing it. The effects were not always immediately visible. They accumulated. They expressed themselves in elevated cancer rates, in neurological conditions, in developmental differences that appeared across generations. Springfield's water mystery is not just about what is currently in the pipes. It is about what has been building up in the bodies of Springfield's residents for generations. Homer's parents drank that water. Homer drank it as a child. His children are drinking it now. The contamination is not merely environmental, it is generational. It is biological. It is in the blood of every family who has lived in Springfield for the past several decades. And the truly unsettling mystery is this. If anyone in Springfield has ever tested the water and found something troubling, what happened to that test result? Where did it go? Who saw it and decided not to act? Mystery number 18. Why does Homer still have his job? This is a question that the show itself has addressed directly on multiple occasions, which makes it more mysterious rather than less. Homer Simpson has caused an extraordinary number of nuclear incidents at the Springfield plant. He has fallen asleep at his console. He has eaten at his workstation during active alarms. He has introduced foreign objects into the reactor. He has been documented as having an IQ of 55, below the threshold that most safety certifications require for positions of responsibility at nuclear facilities. The German investors who briefly purchased the plant fired Homer immediately and tried to professionalize the operation. They nearly went bankrupt from the cost of the safety upgrades alone. Burns bought the plant back and rehired Homer before anyone could ask why. The show eventually provides an answer. Burns struck a deal with Abe Simpson. In exchange for Abe's silence about a crime Burns had committed, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment for life. It is contractual. Homer works there not because of merit, but because of a secret arrangement made between his father and his employer. But this answer raises more questions than it resolves. What crime did Abe witness? How did Burns know that Abe's silence was worth a lifetime employment guarantee for his son? Why would Burns consider this a favorable deal rather than simply eliminating the witness? The deal suggests that whatever Abe knows is so significant that Burns considers it worth decades of carrying an incompetent safety inspector on the payroll. The crime Burns committed must be catastrophic, the kind of thing that could not simply be managed away, the kind of thing that could bring down the plant, the empire, the carefully constructed legal protections that insulate Burns from accountability. What did Abe Simpson see? Mystery number 19. What are the human skeletons in the basement? This mystery is raised and dropped in a single moment that the show seems to consider a throwaway visual gag. During one of the safety inspection scenes, the inspector makes his way through the bowels of the plant and encounters in the basement human skeletal remains. Multiple skeletons. In the basement of an operating nuclear power plant. The inspector notes them, moves on. The scene ends. The skeletons are never mentioned again. Who were these people? How did they come to be in the basement of a nuclear facility? Did they die there? Were they placed there? Is there a record of their identities somewhere, buried in a filing cabinet in Burns's office, meticulously documented in the way that Burns meticulously documents everything that might someday be needed for leverage? The most benign explanation is that they are construction workers who died during the plant's original construction and were simply never removed, a dark but comprehensible accident of early industrial practice. People were not always treated as though their deaths required investigation. The less benign explanation is that the plant, over its decades of operation under a man with Burns's ethics, has occasionally needed problems to disappear. Whistleblowers, inspectors who could not be bought, workers who saw things they shouldn't have and lacked the prudence to keep their observations to themselves. In a facility that is already disposing of radioactive waste in ways that would shock a person of even minimal conscience, the additional step of making a difficult human problem permanent is not a long reach. The skeletons have names. They have families somewhere who believe various things about what happened to them. And the only person who knows the truth is the elderly billionaire in the office at the top of the building who has had a century to practice not being asked questions he doesn't want to answer. Mystery number 20. How does plutonium end up on someone's desk as a paperweight? The inspection also found, among its 342 violations, that radioactive materials were being casually mishandled in ways that suggest the safety culture of the plant is not merely compromised, but essentially non-existent. Plutonium as a paperweight, glowing rods propped against filing cabinets, radioactive waste dumped directly into public water sources. The description that emerges from the inspection is less of a nuclear facility and more of a facility where nuclear material happens to be present without anyone treating it as particularly significant. This is the safety culture that Homer inherited when he became safety inspector. He didn't create it. He simply continued it. The donut eating and the sleeping at the console and the casual indifference to alarms were not Homer's innovations. They were the established culture of a facility where every previous safety inspector had learned, explicitly or by osmosis, that the thing they were supposed to prevent was not something anyone in management was particularly concerned about preventing. Burns doesn't want the plant to melt down. That would be bad for business. But Burns also doesn't want to spend $56 million on safety upgrades that would cut into his margins. So, the acceptable zone is somewhere between catastrophic meltdown and full regulatory compliance. A zone of managed risk where the bad outcomes are kept just below the threshold of being undeniable. The plutonium paperweight is a symbol of that zone. It says we know what this material is. We are choosing not to care about what it does to people who handle it casually, because caring would be expensive. That choice has been made over and over, every day, for decades. Mystery. Number 21. What are the luminous rats telling us? The inspection found rats in the bowels of the plant. Rats that glow. A rat glowing with bioluminescence in a non-laboratory setting means one thing. The rat has been exposed to enough radiation to cause the kind of cellular damage that produces light. This is not a cartoon exaggeration of a problem. This is a specific, observable indicator of a specific level of contamination. These rats live inside the plant. They breed inside the plant. They presumably travel in and out of the plant through whatever gaps and cracks exist in a building whose maintenance standards have been established by the paperweight story. They move through Springfield's infrastructure, through walls and underfloors, and into the spaces between the official structure of the town. What happens to a food chain that includes luminous rats? What happens to the owl that eats the luminous rat? To the hawk that eats the owl? What happens to the contamination as it moves up through Springfield's ecosystem, concentrating in the bodies of animals higher on the food chain, eventually reaching the top predators? The rats are not just a health hazard for the plant. They are vectors. They are how the plant's contamination spreads beyond the facility's physical borders. They are the mechanism by which what happens inside that building becomes what happens to the entire town. And they glow. In a very dark city at 3 in the morning, you could find your way by following the rats. Mystery number 22. Why did the German investors walk away? When Burns briefly sold the power plant to a group of German investors, the transaction was framed as a comedic plot about workplace culture and employment anxiety. Homer fears losing his job. The Germans try to professionalize the operation. Homer eventually causes enough chaos that the investors decide Springfield is not worth the trouble. But the economic subtext of this episode is disturbing. The German investors nearly went bankrupt simply from the estimate of what it would cost to bring the plant up to code. Not from the actual work of bringing it up to code, from the quote for the work. The repairs were so extensive, so comprehensive, so jaw-droppingly expensive that a group of serious international investors with the resources to purchase a nuclear facility in the first place looked at the number and determined they could not afford it. Think about what this implies about the accumulated deferred maintenance at the Springfield plant. Every year that Burns chose not to spend money on safety upgrades, the problem compounded. Every violation that was not fixed generated secondary violations. Every crack that was patched with chewing gum spread a little further. By the time the Germans arrived, the total cost of decades of neglect had reached a number that made the plant essentially a liability rather than an asset. Burns bought it back. Because Burns could afford what the Germans couldn't. Not because he was going to fix it, because he was going to continue operating it the way he always had. And the question that nobody ever asked was, what did the German investors' engineering assessment actually say? What was in that report that made the repair estimate so astronomical? What condition were the plant's core systems in at the time of that assessment? Where is that report? Does it still exist? Is there a copy somewhere? In an office in Germany, perhaps, in a filing cabinet marked with a date in the late 1980s, quietly describing in technical language what the Springfield nuclear power plant had already done to the community it served? Mystery. Number 23. What does the plant actually produce? The Springfield nuclear power plant generates electricity for the town of Springfield. This is its stated purpose. This is the public justification for its existence and its central position in the town's economy. But over 36 seasons, the show has depicted Burns using the plant's infrastructure for a remarkable variety of additional purposes that have nothing to do with power generation. Scientific research, medical experimentation, the development of novel biological agents, as demonstrated by the weapons lab that Mona Simpson targeted, the storage of materials that go well beyond nuclear fuel rods, the employment of staff whose qualifications and job descriptions do not obviously relate to power plant operations. Burns's plant is not a simple utility. It is a facility that generates electricity as its public face and operates as something considerably more complex and considerably less regulated behind that face. The public has always understood it as a power station. The plant has always been more than that. What is the full scope of what happens inside the Springfield nuclear power plant? What research programs exist that have never been mentioned in the show? What materials are stored in the wings of that building that never appear in inspection reports because they are never in the same rooms? The inspectors are shown. The glow-in-the-dark rats are not carrying nuclear material from the reactor core. They are carrying it from somewhere else, from somewhere in that building that the inspection tour didn't reach. Mystery number 24. Why does Burns need a private pharmaceutical division? In discussions of Burns's medical situation, the show has established that he requires a weekly treatment that involves substances and procedures so extreme that they cause his body to emit visible light. This treatment is administered at a private facility. The substances used are synthesized by a pharmaceutical operation that Burns controls. Why does Burns have a private pharmaceutical division? Why is the man who owns a nuclear power plant also in the business of synthesizing experimental medical compounds? One answer is simple. He needs the treatments, and no commercial pharmaceutical company makes what he requires, because no commercial pharmaceutical company is manufacturing compounds for a man whose medical situation is as singular as Burns's. But this answer raises a further question. How did Burns develop the knowledge to synthesize these compounds in the first place? Who are the scientists doing this work? Where did they train? What are the ethical review processes for experimental pharmaceutical work being conducted in a private facility with no regulatory oversight? And more importantly, are these the only compounds being synthesized? Or is Burns's pharmaceutical division, like the power plant, a facility that does something publicly justifiable and something considerably more interesting in the spaces not covered by the public justification? Burns has been alive for over a century. He has had time to develop an interest in longevity that most people never need to develop because they run out of life before the obsession can take hold. A man who has been fighting his own mortality for 100 years and who has the resources to fund the research would not stop at keeping himself alive. He would be curious about what else is possible. What other experiments has Burns's pharmaceutical division conducted? What other questions has a 100-year-old man been trying to answer while Springfield drinks his water and breathes his air? Mystery number 25. Who authorizes the waste dumping? The power plant dumps radioactive waste into public water sources. This is depicted in the show as an established, ongoing practice. It is not an accident. It is not an isolated incident. It is a pattern of disposal that presumably requires some level of internal authorization. Burns authorizes nothing directly. Burns's management style is consistently depicted as autocratic, but hands-off at the operational level. He sets the direction and lets Smithers and the plant management translate that direction into day-to-day decisions, which means somewhere in the power plant's management hierarchy, there is a person or group of people who look at the radioactive waste generated by the plant's operations and make a decision about where it goes. And they have made the decision, again and again, that it goes into the river. Who are these people? They are not named characters. They are the invisible management layer between Burns's grand indifference and Homer's incompetent oversight. They are the people who actually run the Springfield nuclear power plant, and they are choosing every day to continue dumping. Not because they don't know what it does, because they have calculated that the consequences of not dumping, the expense of proper disposal, the operational disruption, the potential exposure if they deviate from established practice, are worse for them personally than the consequences of continuing. They have run the numbers. The cost of poisoning Springfield is less than the cost of not poisoning Springfield. The calculation was made at some point by some person and then institutionalized. And every person who came after inherited that calculation without needing to make it themselves. The person who first made that calculation is the most important unknown figure in Springfield's history. Mystery. Number 26. How did the dome decision actually happen? The Simpsons movie depicts the EPA sealing Springfield under a glass dome after pollution levels reach what is described as a catastrophic threshold. The decision is made by Russ Cargill, the EPA's administrator, who is depicted as a man with authoritarian tendencies and a particular antipathy towards Springfield specifically. He presents the dome as one of several options for dealing with Springfield's pollution crisis and nudges President Schwarzenegger toward choosing it. But what was the process before Cargill? What was the EPA's relationship with Springfield before the dome became the solution? How many internal reports, how many assessments, how many years of documented concern preceded the moment when someone in a federal office decided that a dome was the only remaining option? The dome implies exhaustion. It implies that every other approach had been tried and failed. You don't seal a town under a dome as your first response. You seal it under a dome when you have run out of other ideas, when the investigations produce no convictions, when the cleanup orders produce no cleanup, when the fines produce no reform, when every lever of institutional power failed to move the thing it was supposed to move. The dome is not just an EPA action. It is a monument to institutional failure. It is the government admitting that it could not fix Springfield through normal means. It could only contain it. Who tried to fix Springfield before Cargill decided to contain it? Who filed the first federal complaint about the plant's environmental record? Where is that person now? Did their career survive the attempt? Mystery number 27. What happened to all the whistleblowers? In the history of any industrial facility with a safety record as catastrophic as the Springfield plants, there would be employees who tried to report what they saw. Workers who filed complaints with OSHA, with the NRC, with state environmental agencies. People who believed in the system enough to trust that it would respond when confronted with evidence of ongoing harm. Where are those people? The show occasionally depicts workers at the plant, other than Homer. Background characters in hazmat suits, nameless employees going about their routines in the reactor building. A few named characters who appear in plant-related episodes. But no whistleblower. No one who tried to report what was happening and succeeded in triggering a genuine investigation that changed anything. Either the whistleblowers never existed, which would require that every person who worked at that plant maintained silence about what they knew, or the whistleblowers did exist and something happened to them. Burns has had a century to develop protocols for managing inconvenient revelations. The skeletons in the basement might be one answer. The deals made with people like Abe Simpson might be another. The comprehensive corruption of Springfield's civic infrastructure might be a third. But there is also a simpler possibility that the show's radiation theory supports. A population that has been drinking contaminated water and breathing contaminated air for decades might simply lack the cognitive capacity for sustained institutional activism. Whistleblowing is hard even for neurologically intact people. It requires long-term planning, sustained motivation, tolerance for personal cost, and the ability to maintain conviction against significant opposition. The same contamination that made Homer too cognitively impaired to process who destroyed his family might have made the plant's workforce too cognitively impaired to sustain a challenge to the institution that employs them. Burns didn't silence the whistleblowers. The water did. Mystery number 28. Where does the electricity actually go? The Springfield nuclear power plant generates electrical power for Springfield. This is the stated function, but Springfield is depicted as a mid-sized American town. The power requirements of a mid-sized American town do not typically require a 2-unit pressurized water reactor. Standard residential and commercial power consumption is significant, but not unlimited. A single nuclear unit can power several 100,000 homes. 2 nuclear units serving a single mid-sized town is considerably more generation capacity than that town needs. Where is the excess power going? Is Burns selling it to neighboring communities? To the state grid? To industrial customers that the show has never depicted? Or is the stated function of the plant a partial truth? Is the production of electricity for Springfield one purpose among several? Does the plant have industrial customers whose needs require the kind of sustained, high-output generation capacity that residential power consumption doesn't justify? There is something circular about a town whose primary source of income is a facility that primarily serves the town itself. If the plant's customers are exclusively the residents of Springfield, then the economics of the whole arrangement are peculiar. Burns's wealth is enormous. The plant is a major contributor to that wealth. But generating power for a single mid-sized town does not typically produce the kind of fortune Burns possesses, unless there are revenue streams from the plant that are not visible. Unless the electricity is the public business and something else is the real business. Mystery. Number 29. Why did no doctor ever connect the plant to the town's health outcomes? Springfield has doctors. Springfield has hospitals. Springfield has medical professionals who see patients with conditions that, properly analyzed and compared over time, would paint an unmistakable epidemiological picture. Elevated rates of specific cancers, neurological conditions at higher than normal incidence, developmental differences in children born after a certain date, immune system irregularities consistent with chronic low-level radiation exposure. These patterns would emerge in any competent analysis of the health data. They may already be in the data. They may be sitting in hospital records and insurance claims and mortality statistics that, if anyone assembled them properly, would constitute a devastating documentary record of what the plant has done to Springfield's population. But no study has been published. No epidemiologist has mounted a decades-long investigation into Springfield's unusual health profile. No state health department has flagged the town as an area of concern requiring environmental investigation. Why not? The simplest answer is Burns again. A medical establishment that depends, directly or indirectly, on the economic activity generated by the plant has a structural incentive not to bite the hand that feeds it. A hospital whose major donors include Burns Enterprises. A medical school whose research funding comes with certain expectations. Physicians who know, on some level, what their diagnostic patterns are showing them, but who have also learned that following that thread leads nowhere professionally comfortable. The data exists. The patterns are in the data. And someone in Springfield's medical establishment has seen them and decided that seeing them was something they could not afford. Mystery number 30. Is the power plant the cause or the symptom? This is the deepest mystery the plant presents. We have spent this section treating the power plant as the source of Springfield's problems. The contamination, the cognitive damage, the economic dependency, the civic corruption. The plant is the engine driving Springfield's dysfunction. But what if it is not the cause? What if the plant arrived in a town that was already broken in some way and simply accelerated and intensified the brokenness that was already there? Jebediah Springfield was a pirate. The founding myth was a lie before the plant existed. The civic culture of accepting comfortable fictions over difficult truths preceded Burns by centuries. The social contract that allows catastrophe to be forgotten and inconvenient truths to be exiled did not begin with the construction of 2 cooling towers. Springfield was a place where the machinery of denial was already well established before Burns came along. He didn't create that machinery. He found it, he recognized it, and he built his plant in a town where the population had centuries of practice at not asking questions, because not asking questions was what the community had always required to survive. The plant is the most powerful instrument of contamination in Springfield's history, but it may not be the first. And the habits of mind that make the contamination possible, the collective agreement to not notice, to not connect, to not ask, those habits predate the reactor by a very long time. Springfield was ready for the plant. The plant did not find a healthy community and destroy it. It found a community already practiced in looking away and gave it something very large and very dangerous to look away from. End of Section 2. Section 3. Homer's Hidden Mind. Mysteries 31 through 45. Homer Simpson is the most analyzed character in the history of American animation. He has been studied, debated, theorized about, and affectionately roasted in academic papers, Reddit threads, podcasts, and online videos for decades. And after all of that analysis, after all of those words written about him, the central mystery remains. Who is Homer Simpson, really? Not the buffoon, not the safety inspector who naps through alarms, not the husband and father who does just enough right to stay in the family's good graces. The person underneath all of that, the person who exists when no one is watching. These 15 mysteries live inside Homer's head. Mystery number 31. What would Homer's life have looked like without the crayon? In Season 12, Homer discovers that a crayon has been lodged in his frontal lobe since childhood. The crayon was inserted by Homer himself, apparently without the knowledge of his parents or any medical professional, and was never detected in any of the presumably numerous medical examinations Homer has undergone over the course of his life in Springfield. When the crayon is removed, Homer's IQ increases dramatically. The show depicts this transformation with real emotional weight. Homer becomes articulate. He becomes perceptive. He can engage with ideas that previously escaped him entirely. He can read technical documents. He can understand complex social situations. He can see for the first time the actual dimensions of the world he has been living in. And the world, seen clearly, is unbearable. Homer makes a friend. He takes Lisa to a science fair. He writes a report about the safety problems at the nuclear plant that, according to the show, is so thorough and so well documented that it can only be suppressed with considerable effort from Burns's various interests. He experiences, briefly, what his life could have been if the crayon had never been there. Then he has the crayon put back. The mystery is not why he made that choice. The show makes clear that the intelligence, without any change in the fundamental circumstances of his life, produced suffering rather than relief. Being smart in a world designed to keep you confused is not a gift. It is a form of torture. Homer chose the fog because the fog was merciful. The mystery is what Homer would have become if the crayon had never been there in the first place. Mona Simpson was brilliant. The show establishes this. She was educated, passionate, morally serious, capable of sophisticated analysis of political and social systems. Her son, if the crayon had never been inserted, if the cognitive damage from the plant's radiation had been insufficient to compensate for his natural capacity, might have been a very different person. He might have been the kind of person who looked at the power plant and understood what it was doing, who understood the connection between his employer and the destruction of his family, who organized, who challenged, who became, like his mother, a threat to the system that Burns had so carefully constructed. Burns needed a Homer with a crayon in his brain. He did not need the Homer who could write a detailed safety report. Whether the crayon ended up in Homer's head by accident or by design is the question the show introduces and never answers. Mystery number 32. What happened to Homer in the 7 weeks of coma? On April 1st, 1993, Homer Simpson entered a coma following a vending machine incident at the Springfield General Hospital. He was unconscious for 7 weeks. 7 weeks is a long time. It is long enough for significant biological changes to occur in an unconscious brain. It is long enough for memories to consolidate or dissolve. It is long enough for the people around the unconscious person to have conversations, to make decisions, to process grief in ways that might not be fully shared with the person when they wake. What happened to Homer during those 7 weeks? Not inside his mind, which is the subject of the coma theory. What happened around him? What did Marge do? How did she explain the situation to the children? Did she consider, in the dark quiet of 7 weeks of uncertainty, what her life would look like if he didn't wake up? Did she make plans? Did she have conversations with people that she never told Homer about afterward because telling him would have meant confronting the reality of those 7 weeks in a way that was easier to leave in the past? What did Bart do? He was responsible. His prank caused the hospitalization. He sat by Homer's bedside and confessed tearfully in the moment before Homer woke up. But the episode's comedic resolution, Homer springing awake and immediately strangling his son, prevents any actual processing of what Bart went through. 7 weeks of believing he had killed his father. 7 weeks of guilt for a 10-year-old who processes everything through performance. What did that do to him? And what did Homer lose? The 5% of brain function that the doctors noted was gone. 5%. What was in that 5%? What could Homer do before the coma that he could not do after? What memories, what capabilities, what subtle aspects of who he was lived in the 5% that didn't survive the 7 weeks? The show tells you he lost 5% of his brain. It never tells you what the 5% was. Mystery number 33. Why does Homer keep choosing Marge? This is not meant cynically. It is meant as a genuine question about what drives the deepest relationship in the show. Homer and Marge's marriage has survived things that most marriages would not survive. Homer has on multiple occasions been negligent in ways that put his family at risk. He has been careless, thoughtless, occasionally selfish in spectacular fashion. The list of things Marge has forgiven is long, but there is a recurring pattern in the show that is more interesting than Homer's transgressions. It is the pattern of Homer being given a genuine exit, a genuine alternative. an opportunity to leave the life he has and begin something different. The show has depicted Homer falling in love with or developing strong connections with other women on multiple occasions. It has depicted him on the verge of beginning again, of stepping out of the marriage into something new, of becoming a version of himself that is not defined by the house on Evergreen Terrace and the job at the plant. And every time he chooses Marge. Every single time. This could be explained as the show's commitment to the family unit as its emotional core. You don't end the Simpsons marriage. The show wouldn't survive it. But within the logic of the characters, within the actual psychology of Homer Simpson as a person who was abandoned by his mother and raised by a father who is emotionally distant, the choice to return to Marge every time is not a simple romantic choice. It is the choice of a person for whom being left is the deepest fear. Homer does not choose Marge over other options. Homer chooses certainty over uncertainty. He chooses the known over the unknown. He chooses the person who has not left him because the person who did leave, who disappeared in the night when he was a child, proved that people can leave. And Homer has never fully recovered from the proof. His commitment to Marge is not just love. It is the most direct line he has to the feeling of being wanted a man. And anything, any transgression he has to apologize for, any compromise he has to make, is worth it to maintain that line. Mystery number 34. How does Homer physically survive the things that happen to him? Homer Simpson has been shot, stabbed, electrocuted, burned, crushed, thrown from great heights, struck by multiple vehicles, attacked by animals, submerged, exposed to vacuum, and subjected to biological and chemical agents. He has experienced physical trauma that would kill any human being multiple times over. He heals. Completely. Without lasting physical consequence. He returns to baseline after each incident as though the previous incident left no mark. The show treats this as cartoon physics, the Bugs Bunny convention. Characters in animation are made of rubber. They absorb damage that would be fatal and continue. But Homer is not Bugs Bunny. Homer is presented as a human being in a realistic setting. His world has real physics. Objects fall. Fire burns. Cars crush. The show does not exist in a universe where the laws of biology are suspended for everyone. Everyone except Homer. Marge gets injured and requires recovery time. Lisa gets sick and stays sick for the appropriate duration. Supporting characters experience physical damage that has realistic consequences. But Homer's body is essentially indestructible. The radiation theory offers the most physiologically interesting answer. A body that has been exposed to high levels of radiation for decades does not simply degrade. In some individuals, at some exposure levels, radiation triggers repair mechanisms. Not the simple repair of ordinary cellular damage, but something more extensive. Something that might, in the right circumstances, make the body's response to trauma more aggressive, more complete, more regenerative than it should naturally be. Homer's healing is not cartoon physics. It is biology that has been reshaped by 30-plus years of proximity to an active reactor core. The same radiation that took his intelligence gave him something else in return. Something that keeps him alive no matter what his body goes through. Whether that is a gift or a sentence is the question. Mystery number 35. What is the nature of Homer's relationship with religion? Homer Simpson has, by the show's own account, had direct conversations with God. Not near-death visions. Not hallucinations induced by eating too much spicy food, though that has also happened. Actual, face-to-face conversational interactions with the creator of the universe, who appears as a specific character with a specific voice and a specific manner of engaging with Homer's concerns. God has told Homer things, given him advice, made predictions about his future, expressed opinions about Homer's choices and their likely consequences. Homer does not pray in the conventional sense. He does not attend church regularly. He famously attempted to design his own private religion with himself as the congregation, partly because church requires getting up early on the one morning of the week when he can sleep in. His relationship with religious observance is, to put it mildly, selective. But his relationship with God is direct, more direct than that of any other character, including Ned Flanders, who has dedicated his entire life to faith, and who, as we will discuss later, has never received anything from God that could be interpreted as a direct response. The show is making an argument here. The man who doesn't try gets the divine attention. The man who tries gets silence. And the argument is either deeply cynical about the nature of religious faith, deeply cynical about the nature of the divine, or it is saying something specific about the way God engages with Homer Simpson. That is not about religious observance at all. Homer is a coma patient, a man whose life, according to the coma theory, exists entirely inside his own dreaming mind. And in that dreaming mind, God appears directly and speaks plainly because Homer needs God to appear directly and speak plainly. Not because God has a special affection for Homer, because Homer's unconscious mind, in constructing his dream world, has made God into a character it can interact with. God talks to Homer because Homer made him, and God is silent to Ned because Homer's unconscious mind hasn't invested Ned's life with the same dreaming weight. If that is true, then every theological conversation Homer has ever had with the divine is a conversation with himself. And the advice he's received from God is the advice he always knew but couldn't access through the fog of his own limited cognition. Mystery number 36. What does Homer actually want? This sounds like it should have an obvious answer. Homer wants food, sleep, beer, television, and his family. His desires are immediate and tactile. He is a man of the present moment, largely incapable of deferred gratification, living in a permanent now where the donut in front of him is more compelling than any future consideration. But there are moments in the show, rare and quiet, where something else surfaces. Moments where Homer glimpses a version of himself that is more than what Springfield has made of him. He writes a food blog and discovers briefly that he has genuine insight and genuine voice as a writer. He takes up painting and produces work of unexpected emotional depth. He becomes a successful entrepreneur on multiple occasions, demonstrating that his business instincts, when properly focused, are actually sound. He mentors young people and shows a capacity for empathy and wisdom that his regular behavior completely obscures. There is a Homer who is not the safety inspector with the crayon in his brain. There is a Homer who, in different circumstances, might have been a writer, or an artist, or a teacher, or a scientist. That Homer appears in flashes, brief openings where the fog lifts and something larger is visible. And then the fog returns. The donut arrives. The television calls. The loop reasserts itself. What Homer actually wants, underneath the immediate desires and the conditioning of a lifetime in Springfield, is impossible to know because Homer himself cannot access it consistently enough to articulate it. But the flashes suggest it is there. Something that was never satisfied. Something that was never given the room to grow. The crayon knows what it is. The radiation knows what it is. Burns knows what it is. Homer almost figured it out once when the crayon came out, and he chose to go back. Mystery number 37. Why can't Homer remember anything? Homer's memory is consistently depicted as extremely short-term. Events that should have lasting psychological impact, injuries, emotional revelations, significant life changes are processed and then seemingly filed in a location that Homer cannot readily access. This is partly the reset button of episodic television. Stories need clean slates to tell new stories. A Homer who carried the full emotional weight of every previous episode would quickly become too psychologically complex to use as a comedy protagonist. But the show occasionally acknowledges Homer's memory problems as something more than just a narrative convenience. There are moments where Homer should remember something and demonstrably cannot, where the connection that is obvious to the viewer is invisible to him. The connection between Burns and his mother's exile, for example. This is not a subtle link. It is not a tenuous chain of inference. Burns personally pursued Mona Simpson for decades. Burns's vindictiveness destroyed Homer's family. Burns is Homer's employer. The person Homer sees every day at the plant is the person responsible for the most significant loss of Homer's life. And Homer cannot hold on to this connection consistently. Is this the radiation again? Is this the 5% lost in the coma? Is this the crayon, even after being removed, leaving scar tissue that prevents certain kinds of sustained cognition? Or is it something simpler and darker? Is Homer's failure to connect his employer to his suffering a form of protective unconsciousness? A refusal to know what knowing would require him to do? If Homer genuinely understood what Burns had taken from him, he would have to act. He would have to leave. He would have to confront a level of injustice that his entire psychological structure, built on decades of learning that the alternative to endurance is abandonment, cannot sustain. Homer doesn't forget because his brain is broken. Homer forgets because remembering is not something he can afford. Mystery number 3. 8. What is the meaning of Homer meeting God in Homer, the heretic? 6 months before the coma episode, Homer has a conversation with God during a dream that follows his decision to stop going to church. God appears. Homer asks questions. God answers with characteristic ambiguity. And then God says something that the show presents as a throwaway joke, but that the coma theory transforms into something considerably more significant. God tells Homer that Homer will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. His time, God says, is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is precise enough to be uncomfortable. If God's statement is taken at face value as an actual divine communication rather than a dream sequence, then God was telling Homer that his waking life was nearing its end, that the remaining period of his conscious, embodied experience was measured in months rather than years. And then it ended. Homer went under in April 1993 and, according to the theory, never truly came back. What did God know? What did God mean? If the show's internal theology is coherent, if God exists as an actual agent in Springfield's universe and not merely as a projection of Homer's unconscious, then the conversation in Homer the Heretic is not a joke. It is a warning that was not understood until too late. And if Homer's coma is real, if everything since season 4 is a dream, then the meaning of life that God promised Homer would learn is perhaps the most heartbreaking punchline in the history of television. Homer learns the meaning of life while he is sleeping. He learns it in a dream. In a dream where his children are always young and his wife always loves him and the house on Evergreen Terrace always has the lights on. The meaning of life is the thing you dream about when you are losing it. Mystery. Number 39. Why does Homer always find his way home? Across all of the show's plots, all of Homer's misadventures and globetrotting and occasional disappearances, he always comes home. Not just to Springfield, to Evergreen Terrace, to the couch, to the specific, particular domestic space of the Simpson household. Other characters leave Springfield and occasionally stay gone. Side characters move away. Guest stars visit and depart. Even Marge occasionally operates in spaces outside the home. But Homer always returns to the same house, the same couch, the same television, the same domestic center of gravity. This is not a mystery in the traditional sense of something that needs explaining. It is a pattern that reveals something. Homer's world is organized around a single fixed point. Everything else can move. Everything else can change. But the house does not change. The couch does not change. The television does not change. And the family, frozen in place, is always there when he arrives. What does it mean to always find your way home to a place that has not changed since you first arrived? What does it mean to live a life of constant adventure and constant disaster that deposits you, episode after episode, in the same yellow kitchen with the same 4 people? The coma theory says it means everything. It says that Homer returning to Evergreen Terrace is not a narrative convenience. It is the entire emotional content of the dream. The loop exists to give Homer something. The something is the feeling of coming home, of opening the door and finding them all there, of being, despite everything, expected and welcomed and not left behind. Every episode ends with Homer coming home. Every episode, without exception. Because in the dream, that is what Homer is always doing. Not going on adventures, not saving Springfield, not solving mysteries. Coming home. The adventures are the unconscious mind filling time between the moments that matter. The moments that matter are the ones where Homer walks through the door and the family is there. Mystery number 40. What is the donut? This requires a brief moment of genuine absurdity in an otherwise serious examination. Homer's relationship with donuts is one of the show's most sustained and beloved running gags. He loves them with a passion that exceeds his attachment to almost anything else. He will go to extraordinary lengths to obtain them. He dreams about them. In at least one instance, he received a literally divine donut as a reward for doing something right, ate it anyway, and then regretted only that there wasn't more. The donut is a joke, clearly, obviously, but the donut is also, within the show's symbolism, the thing that is always prioritized over the thing that matters. Homer chooses the donut instead of paying attention to the reactor alarm. Homer chooses the donut instead of being present for his family. Homer chooses the donut instead of the serious thing the serious situation requires. The donut is the fog. The donut is the choice to consume the immediate pleasure instead of confronting the long-term situation. The donut is what you eat when you do not want to think about what is happening around you. Springfield runs on donuts. Not literally, symbolically. The entire population is sustained by a steady diet of the immediate and pleasurable and easily consumed, so that they do not need to engage with the slow, difficult work of understanding what their world actually is. Homer's donut is everyone's donut. His is just the one we see on screen. Mystery. Number 41. Why does Homer strangle Bart? Homer strangling Bart is one of the show's oldest running jokes. It is presented as reflexive frustration turned physical, a parent at the end of his rope doing the cartoonishly extreme version of what frustrated parents do. It's played for laughs. Bart says something Bartish. Homer grabs him by the throat. The scene escalates briefly and comedically, then it resets. It is also, if you remove the cartoon framing, a father routinely physically assaulting his child. The show has never examined this directly. It has never had a moment where another character, a teacher, a doctor, a family member, expresses genuine concern about the pattern of Homer's violent responses to Bart. It has never had a social services intervention or a conversation about what this behavior is doing to Bart psychologically. And Bart, notably, does not seem traumatized by it in any conventional sense. He receives the strangling with exasperated resignation rather than fear, as though it is simply a feature of the environment, like the cracked cooling towers, a thing that is always there and always has been and probably always will be. What has being the child of Homer done to Bart? Not in the way the show asks this question, which is primarily comedic, but genuinely, in the full psychological sense of the question. What does it do to a child to grow up in a household where love is genuine and consistent, and the physical violence is also genuine and consistent, and both of those things are simply woven into the texture of daily life? The show doesn't answer this, but the answer is probably visible in Bart's behavior. The constant provocation, the performance of invulnerability, the refusal to be seen needing anything, the way he deflects genuine emotion with a joke. Bart learned very early that the safe distance from Homer is the distance you maintain by making him laugh. Get too close, too earnest, too vulnerable, and the hands come up. Mystery number 42. Tazu. Why has Homer never confronted Burns about his mother? We have touched on this before. It deserves its own moment. Homer finds out in the episode Mother Simpson that his employer is the man who destroyed his family. Burns personally identified Mona to the FBI. Burns personally pursued her across decades. Burns personally called the authorities when she returned to Springfield in season 7, forcing her second exile and causing Homer to say goodbye to his mother for what turned out to be the second to last time. Homer knows this. The show establishes that he knows this. The information is delivered clearly within the episode, and Homer's reaction is one of genuine adult grief. And then Homer goes back to work. He returns to the plant. He continues in his role as safety inspector under Burns's supervision. He does not quit. He does not confront Burns. He does not even, in the episodes that follow, appear to carry forward the knowledge of what Burns did as an active presence in his relationship with his employer. Why not? One answer is the deal. Abe's deal with Burns guarantees Homer's employment. To quit would be to surrender the one security that was arranged specifically to protect him, even if that security was arranged by the enemy. One answer is the fog, the cognitive damage from radiation and coma and crayon that prevents Homer from sustaining the kind of long-term emotional reasoning that confrontation with Burns would require. One answer is fear. Burns is not someone you confront without consequences, and Homer, for all his occasional bravery, is fundamentally a man who avoids consequences. But the deepest answer might be this. To confront Burns about Mona would be to make Mona's exile real in a way that Homer cannot survive. As long as he doesn't confront it, as long as he keeps the knowledge compartmentalized and slightly unprocessed, there is a soft distance between Homer and the full weight of what was taken from him. Confronting Burns would close that distance. And Homer, who has spent his whole life keeping the grief at a manageable remove, does not have the tools to survive the closing. Mystery number 43. What does Homer see in Maggie? Homer's relationship with his children is different with each of them. With Bart, it is confrontational and physical, punctuated by genuine warmth. With Lisa, it is a relationship across a temperamental chasm that Homer navigates with love and frequent incomprehension. But with Maggie, it is something different. Homer's love for Maggie is uncomplicated in a way that his love for his other children is not. There is no conflict, there is no competition, there is no moment where Maggie's superiority in some dimension causes Homer any discomfort. Because Maggie, to Homer, is simply the baby. She is the small one, the one who cannot talk back, the one who does not challenge him intellectually or exhaust him emotionally. But there is more in those moments when Homer holds Maggie than simple preference for the easy child. There is something that looks, in the show's best moments, like genuine awe, as though Homer, on some level, sees in Maggie something he cannot articulate, something that he recognizes as extraordinary without being able to say what it is or why. The coma theory says Homer is dreaming Maggie's genius because he needs her to be safe without him. He cannot watch over her if he is in a hospital bed. So he dreams her capable. He dreams her extraordinary. He dreams her into someone who does not need his protection because she is already more powerful than anything Springfield can throw at her. The look on Homer's face when he holds Maggie. It is not just love, it is hope. The particular hope of a person who has lost too much and is pouring everything into the one thing they believe might survive. Mystery. Number 44. What would have become of Homer if Mona had stayed? We have looked at this from the angle of intelligence. Without the crayon, without the radiation damage, without the cognitive erosion of a childhood spent in Springfield's contaminated environment, Homer might have been a different and more capable version of himself. But the question of Mona goes deeper than cognition. A child who grows up with a mother who is present and engaged develops differently than a child who grows up believing his mother chose death over him. The architecture of the self, the fundamental sense of whether one is worth staying for, is constructed in those early years. Homer's architecture was built on absence. The Homer who had a mother would not have needed approval as desperately, would not have been as terrified of abandonment, would not have been as vulnerable to an employer who offered, even in the most one-sided and exploitative form, a kind of grudging inclusion. Burns couldn't remember Homer's name, but he kept hiring him. And for a man whose mother seemed to have chosen not to be there, the grudging, name-forgetting inclusion of a billionaire was something. The Homer with a mother would have had different things to prove. Different fears, different vulnerabilities, different strengths. He might have left Springfield. He might have pursued the things the fog occasionally lets him glimpse. The writing, the art, the teaching, the capacity for connection that surfaces in his best moments. He might have been someone Burns couldn't afford to have working in that plant. Someone who would have looked at the cracked cooling towers and known exactly what they meant and done something about it. Burns needed the Homer without a mother. The Homer without a mother was the Homer who needed the plant. Mystery number 45. Why is Homer still happy after everything? After the radiation and the coma and the crayon and the lost mother and the employer who orchestrated his family's destruction and the cognitive damage and the frozen timeline and the contaminated water and the 36 years of disasters and resets. Homer is still fundamentally happy, not in a complicated, heavily qualified way. in a genuine, basic, I have beer and my family is here way. Homer Simpson enjoys his life. He enjoys the donuts and the television and the conversations with Barney and the moments on the couch when the children are close and Marge is there. How? How does a man carry everything that Homer carries and arrive at genuine, uncomplicated Tuesday afternoon happiness? The fog helps. The cognitive damage helps. The inability to sustain the weight of full self-awareness helps. But there is something else. Something that the show has been demonstrating since the very first episode, and that all the theories and all the mysteries and all the darkness cannot fully explain away. Homer loves his family in a way that is somehow enough. Not adequate, not sufficient, not a compensation for everything else. Enough, as in the actual sufficient condition for contentment, the thing that, when it is present, makes the other things manageable. Homer is happy because Marge is there, because the children are there, because the house is there. Because despite everything Springfield has done to him and taken from him and denied him, the thing he loves most is still in the room. That is, in the end, the most unsolvable mystery of Homer Simpson. That a man who should be devastated is mostly fine. That a person built in the ruins of what Burns destroyed managed, somehow, to build something warm enough to keep coming home to. It shouldn't be possible. And yet there it is. Every Thursday evening, Homer Simpson comes home, and he is, against all reasonable expectation, glad to be there. End of Section 3. Section 4. The Burns Dossier. Mysteries 46 through 60. There is a man at the top of the hill. He has been at the top of the hill for as long as anyone can remember, which in Springfield's case means a very long time. He is ancient, he is frail, he is brilliant. He is the single most powerful figure in a town that has, under his watch, become increasingly incomprehensible. His name is Charles Montgomery Burns, and he is, by any measure, the most mysterious character the show has ever created. Mystery. Number 46. How old is Burns, really? The show has been deliberately inconsistent about Burns's exact age. Various episodes have placed his birth in different decades of the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories of events from the Gilded Age not as history lessons, but as lived experience. He attended Yale in an era when Yale's campus looked considerably different from today. He served in some capacity during World War II, though his role was ethically complicated enough that the show is careful not to celebrate it. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is in his early hundreds. By the most liberal reading of the scattered chronological clues, he might be pushing 140. 140 years old. The oldest verified person in recorded history lived to be 122. Burns, if the show's internal chronology is taken seriously, has exceeded that by nearly 2 decades through artificial means. At what point does the human body become something other than human? At what point does the sustained, medically assisted extension of biological life produce a person who shares more with the concept of Burns than with any natural human being? Burns has been alive long enough to have known people who were themselves historical figures. He has overlapped with multiple generations of the same families. He has watched the world change in ways that no natural human perspective can encompass. He has had time to develop plans across timescales that make other rich people look impatient. What has a century of time done to his psychology? What does it feel like to be Burns, looking at a world that has changed everything around him while he has stayed essentially the same? Does he find it remarkable? Does he find it tedious? Does the sheer duration of his existence produce a kind of vertigo that he manages through the routines of power and the rituals of control? The show depicts him as sharp, alert, energetically malevolent, but it never sits with him long enough to examine what it is like to be that old in a world designed for people who are not. Mystery. Number 47. What is Burns's relationship with death? Burns has been shot. He has been hospitalized dozens of times. He has collapsed, been beaten, been exposed to conditions that would kill a person of any age, let alone someone who is several decades past the point at which most human bodies give up. And he keeps coming back. not the way cartoon characters come back. Burns's returns are specific and medical. There are doctors involved, there are procedures, there are apparently treatments so extreme in their intervention that they cause his body to glow. Burns does not conquer death, he negotiates with it. Every week, on a precise schedule. He pays the toll and is allowed to continue. But the toll keeps coming due, and the margin for error is zero. And the person managing the schedule is Smithers, who is devoted but human and therefore finite. Burns has made peace with the idea of death in the abstract. He is not afraid of it exactly. He treats it as an administrative problem. Something to be managed, a scheduling challenge, the kind of thing you solve with the right doctor on the right schedule with the right compound, synthesized by the right pharmaceutical team. What Burns has never made peace with, what the show occasionally surfaces in his most unguarded moments, is what death would mean for his empire. Not for him. For the empire. Burns is afraid of the empire ending. Burns is afraid that the structure he has built over a century will not outlast him. That without the precise management of his presence, all of it, the plant, the wealth, the networks of influence, the carefully maintained balance of corruption and productivity will dissolve. Burns is afraid of irrelevance more than death. Death he can manage. Irrelevance has no treatment. Mystery. Number 48. What did Burns do during World War II? The show is deliberately opaque about Burns's wartime activities. It establishes that he served in some capacity. It hints that his service was not the straightforward heroism that the word served usually implies. It suggests that the trillion-dollar bill he stole from the United States government was stolen during this period. A trillion-dollar bill. The United States government created a single-denomination note worth $1 trillion during the 1940s. Burns acquired it. He held it for decades. He considered it both a financial instrument and a trophy. The circumstances under which a private individual comes to possess something like that tell you a great deal about the relationship between that individual and the institutions of the government during a period of wartime. Someone knew Burns had it. Someone, at some level of the government, allowed Burns to have it. Whether through negligence, corruption, or a specific arrangement that suited both parties, Burns was permitted to walk away from the war with something he had no right to possess. What did Burns do for the government during World War II that made this possible? What service, what information, what capability did Burns offer that was worth the implied permission to steal from the Treasury? And what did Burns learn about the way governments work? About the accommodations they are willing to make under pressure? About the leverage available to a person with resources and a willingness to operate outside normal ethical constraints, from whatever that wartime relationship involved? Burns's century of successfully insulating himself from accountability did not emerge from nothing. He learned how governments can be managed. He may have learned it in the 1940s, during the period when governments were managing things that required the most extreme moral compromises. Mystery. Number 49. What is Smithers's true role? On the surface, Smithers is Burns's personal assistant. He manages Burns's schedule, facilitates Burns's wishes, handles the logistics of Burns's various schemes, and maintains the medical protocol that keeps Burns alive. He is devoted to Burns to a degree that the show has spent 36 years finding comedic material in. But consider the scope of what Smithers actually does. He is the only person who fully understands Burns's medical requirements. He is the gatekeeper to Burns's schedule, which means he controls who can get to Burns and when. He manages Burns's personal finances at the level of day-to-day operation, which gives him access to the full picture of what those finances actually look like. He executes Burns's orders, which means he knows what those orders are. He has been present for essentially every significant decision Burns has made during the entire run of the show. Smithers knows everything about Burns. Every secret, every scheme, every piece of leverage that Burns holds over anyone in Springfield. Every skeleton, literal or metaphorical. And Burns cannot fire Smithers, not really. Firing Smithers would be catastrophic. Not because of sentiment, though the sentiment is clearly present. Because Smithers is functionally indispensable. The plant's management depends on him. The medical protocol depends on him. The entire operational apparatus of Burns's empire depends on his continued presence and continued loyalty. This means Smithers has enormous latent power. Power he has never exercised. Power he consistently refuses to exercise despite having every opportunity and, at various points, considerable provocation. Why? Is it genuine devotion? Is it fear of what Burns might do if Smithers stepped out of line? Is it the paralysis of someone who has spent so long in service that independence has become unimaginable? Or is Smithers waiting? Building a dossier, maintaining meticulous records of everything he has witnessed and facilitated across decades of service. Preparing, with the patience of someone who works for a man who thinks in centuries, for the moment when the accumulated documentation becomes useful. Mystery number 50. Why does Burns keep Homer employed beyond the deal? We know about Abe's deal. We know that Burns guaranteed Homer's employment in exchange for Abe's silence about a crime. This explains why Homer cannot be permanently fired regardless of what he does. But the deal is a floor, not a ceiling. It requires only that Homer not be permanently terminated. It does not require Burns to keep Homer in the specific position of nuclear safety inspector. It does not require Burns to maintain Homer in the one role where his incompetence is most operationally useful to the ongoing contamination project. Burns could comply with the deal's letter while reassigning Homer to a position where his specific failings would cause less strategic damage. Homer as a lunchroom supervisor, for example, or as a parking lot attendant, or in any of dozens of roles that would honor the employment guarantee without placing an incompetent man between the reactor core and the surrounding community. Burns keeps Homer in Sector 7G. Burns keeps Homer as safety inspector. This is a choice, not a contractual requirement. Why not? The answer we explored earlier, that a competent safety inspector would expose and ultimately close the plant, is compelling. But there is an additional dimension worth sitting with. Burns also seems to derive a specific and personal pleasure from the arrangement. From having, in a position of nominal oversight over his greatest asset, the son of the woman he destroyed. Mona's son watching the reactor. Mona's son sleeping through the alarms that should alert the town to what the plan is doing. Mona's son, the daily living symbol of the completeness of Burns's victory over the woman who dared to destroy his weapons lab. Homer in Sector 7G is not just a management decision. It is a statement. Burns makes it every day. To himself, primarily. To the memory of a woman who tried to challenge him and lost everything. Mystery number 51. What is the full extent of Burns's business empire? The power plant is the most visible element, but the show has depicted Burns with interests that extend well beyond electricity generation. There is the pharmaceutical division. There is what appears to be a private security operation. There is the weapons research facility that Mona destroyed. There are references to business interests in industries and countries that are never specified. There is the matter of the trillion-dollar bill, which, while not a functioning currency, suggests a familiarity with government financial operations that implies involvement in the finance sector. Burns's wealth is described as billionaire level, but the source of that wealth is never fully mapped. The plant alone, as we noted, does not account for the scale of his fortune. There are other revenue streams, other business lines, other enterprises that operate in the spaces of Springfield's economy that the show does not illuminate. What is the full corporate structure of Burns Industries? What subsidiaries does it contain? What services does it provide beyond power generation and experimental medical research? What is the revenue profile of a company that has been operational under the same ownership since the late 19th century? A company of that age under continuous management would have touched nearly every sector of the American economy at some point. Would have accumulated interests in companies that no longer exist and in companies that became enormous. Would have developed supply relationships and client relationships and regulatory relationships across multiple generations of every industry that matters. Burns Industries is not just a power company. It is the accumulated investment of a century of ruthless capitalism by a man who never stopped compounding and never suffered the consequences of losing because he was always powerful enough to ensure that losing remained someone else's problem. Mystery. Number 52. Who does Burns consider an equal? Burns moves through Springfield as the unquestioned apex of the social order. He looks down at everyone. He dismisses everyone. He cannot remember the names of people who have worked for him for decades. But does Burns have peers? Does he have relationships that operate on something approaching level ground? People he respects, if not as equals, at least as worthy opponents or as worthy of sustained attention? The show occasionally hints at this. There are references to other wealthy industrialists from Burns's era, men whose names appear in historical contexts, men whose families Burns knew when he was young. There are hints of a class, now mostly dead, of people who operated at Burns's level during the period when Burns was building the foundation of his empire. All of them are gone. Burns outlived them. He has outlived every person who was his contemporary when he was at the height of his prime. He exists in a world populated entirely by people younger than he is, whose experience of history is filtered through books and photographs rather than personal memory. What is it like to be the oldest person in every room? To know things about the world that no one alive can corroborate because every other witness died before living memory began? Burns's isolation is total and it is permanent. Not the isolation of someone who chose to withdraw. The isolation of someone who simply stayed alive while everyone else left. He is not lonely, exactly. He is alone in a category of one. The last person who remembers what the world looked like before most of it was built. Mystery number 53. Why did Burns fall in love with Marge? In the episode Marge Gets a Job, Burns develops an intense romantic fixation on Marge Simpson. He pursues her. He tries to use his position as her employer to pressure her into a relationship. The episode treats this as comedy, but the psychology underneath it is interesting. Burns, who dismisses and dehumanizes everyone around him, who cannot remember Homer's name despite decades of daily contact, who treats people with a contempt that is essentially structural, fixates on Marge with genuine intensity. Why Marge? Marge is decent, not in a complicated or strategic or qualified way. Marge is simply, fundamentally, a decent person. She is kind, she is patient. She cares about the people around her with a consistency that does not require circumstances to sustain it. Burns has spent a century surrounded by people whose motivations he can read and manage and anticipate. People who want things. People whose behavior is predictable because their interests are legible. People who can be bought or threatened or outmaneuvered. Marge cannot be bought. She is not operating from a position of strategic self-interest. She is simply good in a way that Burns has not encountered in a very long time. There is a theory, the one raised in discussions of the Burns shooting mystery, that Burns's attachment to Marge is why he did not identify her as the shooter. If Marge shot Burns and Burns recognized her, he may have chosen to protect her, not out of civic altruism, out of the particular tenderness that a man who has never been loved develops for someone he briefly imagined might be capable of loving him. Burns protected Marge because, in the closed emotional world of a century-old man who has outlived everyone, Marge represented the last possibility of something genuine. Mystery. Number 54. What happened to Burns's childhood? Burns grew up in a wealthy family, the details of which are scattered and contradictory across multiple episodes. The Burns dynasty is old money, the kind of wealth that has been in the family for generations. But the child Burns is occasionally glimpsed in the show's flashbacks, and what is visible is unexpectedly sad. A boy who was given everything except the things that matter, who grew up in enormous houses with many servants and no warmth, who was trained from birth to be the continuation of the Burns lineage, rather than a person with his own interior life. There are moments where the show suggests that Burns has a capacity for attachment that was systematically suppressed during his formation. A connection to a childhood pet. A friendship that was severed by family circumstance. A glimpse of someone who might, in different circumstances, have been a different person. Burns did not become what he is because he was born that way. He became what he is because a specific environment, a specific upbringing, a specific set of values transmitted across generations of a family that measured everything in power and money and the continuation of lineage shaped him into it. The mystery is not what Burns became. The mystery is what was lost in the process. What exists underneath the century of ruthlessness and the controlled radiation and the careful management of power? Whether there is, somewhere inside the architecture of Burns, something that remembers the child who existed before, all of it was built on top of him. Mystery number 55. Why does Burns have the ability to walk through Springfield without being challenged? Burns moves through Springfield with near total impunity. He encounters people he has wronged, people who have every reason to confront him, and they don't. They make comments, they express frustration, but they do not act. This is partly power. People do not challenge the man who controls their electricity and employs their neighbors and owns the infrastructure of their daily lives. But there is something additional, something more fundamental than simple power dynamics. Springfield's population appears to lack the sustained motivation to convert their resentment of Burns into organized opposition. They get angry. They form the mobs we discussed earlier, but the anger dissipates before it can be channeled into anything with lasting effect. The radiation theory has an explanation for this. The same contamination that suppresses critical thinking also suppresses sustained political organization. The cognitive bandwidth required to recognize an injustice, maintain the recognition across multiple weeks or months, coordinate with others who share the recognition, and pursue a course of action that might take years to produce results. That cognitive bandwidth has been eroded. What remains is the capacity for immediate, reactive anger and the incapacity for the sustained, strategic anger that produces change. Burns doesn't need to be afraid of Springfield because Springfield cannot be afraid of him for long enough to do anything about it. Mystery number 56. What is the nature of Burns's relationship with his own body? Burns's body is, by his own account and by medical analysis, in a state of perfect pathological equilibrium. Every known disease is present simultaneously. None of them can gain dominance. He is the sickest man in America who is also functionally indestructible at the biological level. He is also visibly deteriorating. His physical strength is essentially zero. He requires Smithers to perform basic physical functions. He cannot open a door with confidence. He cannot, in any conventional sense, be considered robust. And yet his mind is sharp. Sharper, arguably, than almost anyone else in Springfield. His cognition, his strategic thinking, his memory, his ability to manipulate complex systems, all of these remain intact while his body fails incrementally. How does Burns relate to a body that is essentially a failing machine being kept operational through intervention? Does he experience his body as himself? Or has he, over a century of managing it medically rather than living in it naturally, developed a kind of dissociation, a sense of the body as an instrument rather than an identity? This dissociation would explain certain aspects of Burns's behavior. His indifference to other people's physical suffering, for example. If he does not fundamentally identify with his own body, other people's bodies are even more abstract to him. Objects, variables in a system, not the location of a person. Burns's century of managed medical intervention may have produced not just physical longevity, but a specific kind of psychological distance from the embodied experience of being alive. He is alive, he is not quite living, and the difference between those two things is part of what makes him so genuinely difficult to reach. Mystery number 57. What does Burns want? Burns wants power. This is the obvious answer, and it is, at the surface level, correct. Everything Burns does is oriented toward the acquisition and maintenance of power. The plant, the wealth, the civic corruption, the medical interventions, all of it is in service of remaining the most powerful person in Springfield. But power is a means, not an end. Power is what you use to get the thing you actually want. And what Burns actually wants, what he would do with the world if he had total control of it, is never specified. He wants the sun blocked out so that people have to buy his electricity. This is an act of pure domination without any obvious practical purpose beyond the domination itself. He doesn't need more money. He doesn't need to corner the Springfield energy market for financial reasons. He did it because he could. Is the thing Burns actually wants simply the continued demonstration of his own dominance? Is the empire an end in itself? Not because it produces anything he needs, but because maintaining it is the only activity that makes a 140-year-old man feel that his continued existence is justified? Burns is not happy. The show never depicts him as happy. He is energized in the moments of active scheming. He is satisfied briefly in moments of successful domination. But he is not happy. What would make Burns happy? The show does not know. Burns does not know. And that might be the most honest thing the show has ever said about the nature of a certain kind of power. That the person who has spent a century accumulating everything never identified what they were accumulating it for. That the empire was built because building was what Burns knew how to do. And the question of what you do with the empire when it's finished never had to be answered because it was never finished. There is always another scheme. There is always another thing to acquire. There is always another challenge to dominate. Because if the building ever stops, Burns would have to sit with 140 years of accumulated silence and ask himself what it was all for. And he is not ready to do that. He may never be ready. Mystery number 58. Why does Burns feed the hounds? The hounds, the attack dogs that Burns deploys on unwelcome visitors, one of the show's most reliable recurring gags. But here is the mystery. The hounds are Burns's. They live in his facility. He feeds them. He maintains them. He apparently knows them well enough to give them commands. Burns, who is indifferent to the suffering of the people who work for him and live in the town his plant poisons, has a sustained caring relationship with animals that would harm anyone he directs them at. This is not the only evidence of Burns having a more complex relationship with animals than with people. There are episodes that reveal a genuine attachment to specific animals, a childhood pet, a creature that Burns connected with in a way that his connection with humans does not replicate. Why animals? What is it about an animal that allows Burns to form an attachment that human beings, with all their complicated motivations and legible interests, cannot trigger? An animal does not want anything from Burns that Burns cannot parse. An animal is not trying to get something. An animal's affection is not strategic. It is simply present or absent, earned or lost, and the earning and losing of it operates on terms that even Burns, with his centuries of suspicion, can trust. Burns loves the hounds because they are honest. They do not have agendas. They do not manage him. They respond to him directly, without the layers of calculation that every human interaction involves. For a man who has spent a century being managed, manipulated, and deferred to by humans with ulterior motives, the straightforwardness of an animal might be the closest thing to genuine relationship that is available. Mystery number 59. What is the connection between Burns and Springfield's founding? We know Burns arrived in Springfield and built the plant. We know the plant has been operational since the Eisenhower administration and at minimum. We know Burns has been the dominant economic force in Springfield for the entirety of the show's depicted history. But we do not know what Springfield was before Burns. And there is an intriguing possibility that the show introduces but never develops. The Burns family's wealth predates Burns's personal involvement in Springfield by generations. The Burns dynasty has been wealthy since before America was fully industrialized. The family built infrastructure and then charged people to use it, a description that fits a particular model of 19th century capitalism very precisely. Is it possible that the Burns family's connection to Springfield is older than Burns's personal presence there? That the land the plant sits on was Burns' family land before the plant was built? That the town itself was, in some sense, created in the economic shadow of the Burns dynasty? Springfield was founded by a pirate, according to the revised history of Jebediah Springfield. Springfield is now dominated by a man who has been described, in different contexts across the series, as essentially piratical. The parallel is not subtle. Did Burns find Springfield, or did Burns's family make Springfield? In the same way that industrial families in the 19th century made towns, by establishing the economic infrastructure that gave communities their reason to exist? If Springfield exists because of the Burns family, then Burns is not just the most powerful person in town. He is, in the deepest sense, the town's creator. And his claim on it is not merely economic, it is foundational. Mystery number 60. Will Burns ever truly die? This is the last and largest Burns mystery, and it is unanswerable by design. Burns is kept alive by a treatment regimen so extreme that it defies the normal biological understanding of human life expectancy. He is also the wealthiest man in Springfield, with access to every medical advancement that money can buy, with a pharmaceutical division actively synthesizing experimental compounds, with a physician whose entire existence is organized around keeping him alive. But the treatment is weekly. The margin is zero. Miss one session and it's over. What happens if Smithers is incapacitated? If the pharmaceutical team has an emergency? If the supply chain for whatever compound is being synthesized is interrupted? If the treatment facility burns down? Burns has no redundancy. He has one system and one person managing it. He has not built the kind of institutional depth into his medical protocol that he has built into everything else. The empire has layers. The survival mechanism has one. Why? Does Burns believe the redundancy is unnecessary because Smithers will never fail him? Or does Burns on some level not want redundancy? Is there some part of a 140-year-old man that is, however quietly, ready for the toll to come due without a backup plan? Burns will not die in the show. The show cannot let him die. He is, like Homer, like the children, locked in the floating timeline, preserved against the ordinary passage of time. But in the logic of his world, the logic that the show has carefully constructed, Burns cannot sustain this forever. The mathematics of his situation are relentless. Eventually something will fail. Eventually the margin of zero will become actual zero. And when it does, what happens to Springfield? The town that cannot survive without Burns. The economy that runs on the plant that runs on Burns. The loop finally broken. Springfield without Burns might be the most interesting story the show has never told. End of Section 4. Section 5. The Simpsons Family Secrets. Mysteries 61 through 75. The Simpson family is the axis around which Springfield turns. Every theory, every mystery, every dark interpretation of the town and its history eventually circles back to the house on Evergreen Terrace. To the family on the couch, to the 5 people who, between them, contain most of what the show is actually about. But the family has secrets. Not just the secrets the show has revealed. The mothers in exile, the deals struck with billionaires, the crayons and brains. There are older secrets and quieter ones. Gaps in the family's story that the show has pointed toward and then walked away from. These are 15 of them. Mystery number 61. Who is Marge really? Marge Simpson is the emotional anchor of the show. She is the constant, the person who maintains the household, manages Homer's chaos, keeps the children oriented, and holds the family together through everything Springfield throws at it. But who is Marge when she is not being these things for other people? The show has explored this question in isolated episodes that reveal a Marge of considerable complexity. She has a talent for painting that borders on genuine artistic vision. She was briefly addicted to gambling, revealing an appetite for risk that her composed surface entirely conceals. She has a history of anxiety that was managed, in her childhood, by her unusual hair, which served as a physical expression of a psychological need for control. She is capable of anger that is, when finally expressed after long suppression, formidable. Marge is not the patient, cheerful, devoted homemaker that Springfield sees. Marge is a woman who chose, at some point early in her adult life, to organize herself entirely around the needs of others, because the alternative, attending to her own needs with the same dedication, produced no infrastructure to contain it. She is talented enough to have been a professional artist, smart enough to have succeeded in multiple careers, capable enough, when circumstances pushed her into different roles, to excel in ways that surprised everyone, including herself. And she stayed. She chose the house and the family and the slightly exhausting life of being the person who keeps everything together. Not because she had no other options, because she made a choice. What was the full weight of that choice? What did Marge give up? And does she know, on some level, what was lost? Mystery. Number 62. What is the truth about Abe Simpson? Abe Simpson is presented primarily as a comedy figure. The garrulous, unreliable, digressive old man who tells stories that go nowhere and remembers things that may not have happened. a figure of gentle mockery, someone whose age has made him irrelevant to the present tense of Springfield. But Abe is also the person who made the deal with Burns, who showed Homer a fake grave and built a lifetime of false belief on top of it, who maintained a lie so profound and so sustained that it shaped everything Homer became. This was not a small lie. This was not a convenient simplification. This was a deliberate, ongoing deception maintained across decades, across Homer's entire childhood and adolescence and early adulthood. A lie that told Homer his mother chose death over him. A lie that created the emotional wounds that Burns subsequently exploited. Abe made this choice. He did it presumably to protect Homer, but he also did it to protect himself, to simplify his own life, to avoid the harder conversation about what had actually happened and what it meant for the family he was now raising alone. Abe is not a villain. He is a deeply complicated person who made a terrible choice under pressure and then lived with it for decades without being able to undo it. He made the deal with Burns. He told the lie about Mona. He built the entire false foundation of Homer's self-understanding. And he spent those decades knowing what Homer believed, knowing what he had taken from his son by maintaining the fiction. Living with that knowledge in the fog of his own advancing age, surrounded by the cheerful irrelevance of his comedy old man persona. What did Abe think about in the quiet moments? In the dark of the veteran's home, in the few seconds before the comedy required him to launch into another wandering story? Did he think about Homer, about Mona, about the particular geometry of what he had done? The comedy doesn't have room for this, but it is there underneath every digressive monologue. The weight of a man who built something beautiful for his son out of a lie and knew it. Mystery. Number 63. What is Lisa's future? The show has depicted Lisa's future in flash-forward episodes. A grown Lisa, a brilliant, principled woman who has become exactly what the show suggested she would become. The intelligence, the saxophone, the sense of social justice, all of it present and amplified in the adult version. And she is also, in those glimpses, still somewhat alone. Still the person who sees things more clearly than the people around her and pays a social price for it. Still navigating the gap between what the world is and what she believes it should be. But there is another question. What would Lisa's future look like if she stayed in Springfield? If the floating timeline never resolved and she remained 8 years old in the 4th grade forever? The show has always treated Lisa's future as a place of hope. The thing she is growing toward, even while frozen. Even while unable to get there. But if the coma theory is true, if the floating timeline is a function of Homer's dreaming, then Lisa's future is the one thing Homer cannot imagine because he will never see it. He cannot dream what he cannot know. And so Lisa remains 8, perpetually becoming, perpetually on the verge of the future that Homer's unconscious mind can project but not reach. She is the character whose future is most clearly visible and most completely inaccessible, the most hopeful and the most frozen. Mystery number 64. Why did Homer and Marge have 3 children? This sounds trivial. It is not. Bart was born under circumstances the show has revisited multiple times. He was not entirely planned. Homer and Marge were young and in a difficult financial situation, and Bart arrived before they were fully prepared. The early Homer, the pre-couch potato Homer, the Homer who was once depicted as being on a different trajectory before the responsibilities of fatherhood redirected him, emerged from that moment. Lisa was born second. Her arrival is associated in the show's mythology with a significant shift in the family dynamic. Lisa's intelligence, visible from early childhood, changed what the family required of itself. And then Maggie. Maggie arrived at a moment when the family was experiencing genuine economic stress. Her birth coincided with Homer returning to the power plant after a period away, taking the job he has held ever since, accepting the loop that became his life. 3 children. The third one, the one who sealed the arrangement, who made it impossible to imagine a different configuration, was the one who arrived when the options were already narrowing. Is there a version of Homer and Marge without Maggie? Is there a version of their life that does not involve Homer permanently at the plant? The show suggests that Maggie's arrival was the moment when the rest became fixed. Not just the practical necessity of a third income-dependent child, but the emotional weight of a baby in the house. The specific, terrible love that a parent has for a very young child, which makes everything else secondary. Maggie didn't just join the family. Maggie completed the thing that keeps Homer coming back. She is the last piece of the reason. Mystery number 65. What is the nature of Bart and Lisa's relationship? Bart and Lisa are siblings who, by every surface indication, should be incompatible. He is a performance of anti-intellectual rebellion. She is a performance of intellectual seriousness. He resists exactly the things she values. She values exactly the things he resists. And yet, the show has produced some of its most genuinely moving moments from the space between these two. The moments when Bart quietly, privately, unexpectedly shows up for his sister. Not because it is easy or because anyone is watching. Because she is his sister. The mystery is what this relationship would look like if the two of them were ever allowed to grow up together. If Bart made it through high school and Lisa made it through high school and they arrived at adulthood with the accumulated history of the entire childhood playing out behind them. Would Bart become the person who quietly supported his brilliant sister in the way he occasionally, briefly, does in the show? Would Lisa become the person who understood that Bart's performance of indifference was always a cover for something more? Would they be close as adults who grew up in that household together? Or would they drift apart in the way that siblings with such different orientations sometimes do? The floating timeline prevents us from knowing. They are frozen, as always, in the configuration that keeps them useful to the show. Bart, the chaos. Lisa, the conscience. Always in the dynamic they were designed for, never able to develop beyond it into whatever they would actually become. Mystery. Number 66. What happened to Homer's hair? Homer is famously bald, almost entirely bald. The few hairs that remain are arranged in an M shape that has become one of the most recognizable silhouettes in the history of animation. The show has explained this in multiple, contradictory ways. Some flashbacks show Homer with a full head of hair that was lost over time. Other flashbacks suggest he was already balding relatively young. The occasional episode has suggested that the hair loss is connected to the radiation at the plant. But there is a quieter possible explanation that sits in Homer's personal history rather than his workplace. Hair loss in men is significantly associated with stress, with sustained, chronic, manageable but never resolved stress. The kind of stress that produces cortisol in the body at levels that, over time, affect the follicles. Homer's life is a sustained environment of manageable but never resolved stress. The finances, the family dynamics, the cognitive fog that makes everything slightly harder than it should be. The unprocessed grief for a mother who was gone before he understood why. The unprocessed recognition of what his employer took from him. Homer's hair loss is possibly just genetics, but it might also be the body's record of what living in Springfield, in that house, in that job, under those circumstances, with those losses, does to a person over time. The body keeps score, and Homer's head is the scorecard. Mystery number 67. Why does Marge's hair never come down? Marge's hair is an architectural achievement. A tower of blue that defies gravity, physics, and the limits of what hair can do under any known styling regime. It has been in the same configuration for 36 years. It does not vary. It does not relax. It does not respond to weather or physical activity or the passage of time. The show has established, in the episode that reveals Marge's anxiety history, that the tower of hair is connected to her emotional needs. The hair went up during a period of stress, and it has never come down because the stress, in various forms, has never fully resolved. What would Marge look like with her hair down? The show has depicted this in dreams, in parallel universe episodes, in the briefest glimpses. And she is recognizable but different, more vulnerable, more visibly herself, less architecturally defended. The hair is armor. It is the external expression of the internal management system that Marge maintains to keep the family functioning. As long as the hair is up, Marge is managing. As long as Marge is managing, the family is intact. As long as the family is intact, the house on Evergreen Terrace is a home rather than just a building where 5 damaged people happen to live. What would it mean if Marge's hair came down? If the armor finally failed? If Marge, for once, stopped managing and let the things she manages crash briefly against reality? The show has approached this a few times. It always backs away. Because if Marge stopped holding everything together, the loop would finally break. And nobody in Springfield or in the audience watching Springfield is ready for that. Mystery. Number 68. What is the nature of Maggie's intelligence? We have discussed Maggie's capabilities earlier. Her strategic silence, her extraordinary problem-solving, her demonstrated abilities in situations that would tax adults. But there is a more specific mystery about the source and the nature of what Maggie possesses. Cognitive abilities do not simply appear. They develop from a combination of genetic inheritance, early neurological development, and environmental input. Maggie's siblings show intelligence in specific, bounded ways. Bart is street smart, socially intuitive, capable of creative solutions to immediate problems. Lisa is academically brilliant, capable of sustained analytical thinking, gifted at making connections across domains. Maggie's intelligence, as depicted, appears to be something qualitatively different. Not just smarter than her siblings, but differently structured. Multi-domain, adaptive, capable of operating across social, spatial, physical, and strategic dimensions simultaneously in ways that neither Bart's nor Lisa's intelligence is shown to achieve. Where does this come from? Marge is capable and intelligent, but not extraordinary. Homer is, under the crayon, potentially quite smart, but not in ways that suggest the kind of adaptive, multi-domain intelligence Maggie displays. What if Maggie's particular profile is not an expression of her parents' genetics at all? What if it is, as the radiation theory suggests, a mutation? Not the degradation of Homer's cognition, but the amplification of something that neither parent possessed in the original? Radiation creates mutations. Mutations can go in any direction. Most are neutral. Some are harmful. A very small number are the opposite. A very small number produce a biological outcome that exceeds the starting point in specific, meaningful ways. Maggie might be the first Springfield native in whom the radiation produced something other than damage. Something that looks, from the outside, like a different kind of person entirely. Mystery. Number 69. Why does the family never leave Springfield? The Simpsons travel. The show has depicted them in locations around the world. They have been to Europe, to Asia, to South America, to Australia. They have had adventures in dozens of countries and dozens of contexts outside Springfield. But they always come back. Always. Without the kind of deliberate consideration that a decision to stay somewhere usually requires. Springfield is not chosen. Springfield just persists as the default. Why Homer's job is one answer. But Homer's job is the most dangerous and least professionally secure job imaginable. In a facility that is regularly on the verge of catastrophic failure, working for a man whose treatment of his employees defies every labor law ever written. The job is not a good reason to stay. Springfield has been, at various points, sealed under a dome, invaded, economically devastated, and identified by the federal government as an environmental hazard. These are conventionally good reasons to leave a place. The family has the resources to leave. They have demonstrated the ability to function in other environments. There is no structural reason why the Simpsons are the family of Springfield. Except the loop. Except the coma. Except the dream of a man in a hospital bed for whom Evergreen Terrace is not a location, but a state of being. A state of having his family around him. You cannot leave a dream. Not when the dream is what you are. Mystery number 70. What does Marge actually know? Marge is frequently depicted as the family member who is most actively engaged with the reality of their situation. She notices things. She connects things. She asks questions that get at the actual substance of what is happening, rather than deflecting into comedy, but she also chooses consistently to maintain the family structure over any other consideration. She chose to stay with Homer after events that would have ended most marriages. She chose to support the children in ways that prioritize their stability over her own needs. She chose the house, the structure, the continuity of the family unit. What does Marge know that she has chosen not to act on? What has she noticed about Springfield, about the plant, about Burns, about the cumulative weight of what their life actually is? That she has filed away in a place she doesn't access because accessing it would require dismantling everything she has built? There are moments in the show where Marge's patience breaks and something more knowing surfaces. Moments where she says something that reveals a longer view than the episode's plotline should require. Moments where she seems to be responding not to the immediate situation, but to the whole accumulated weight of what she has been managing. Marge knows, not everything, but more than she acts on. And the gap between what Marge knows and what Marge does is one of the most carefully maintained structural elements of the show. Because if Marge acted on what she knew, everything would have to change. And Marge, who loves her family more than she loves the truth about her family, has made her choice. Mystery number 71. What is Bart's actual potential? Bart is regularly dismissed by his teachers, by the school system, by a significant portion of the Springfield adult population, as a problem child with limited upward prospects. He is not academic. He does not perform well on standardized measures. He is repeatedly held back from the kinds of achievements that the education system rewards. But the show has consistently depicted Bart as possessed of capabilities that the system simply cannot measure. Social intelligence of a very high order, creativity, the ability to read people and situations accurately and quickly, a capacity for empathy that he works hard to conceal but that surfaces in the moments that matter. There is also Bart's reaction to genuine intellectual challenge. When the show gives Bart access to material that interests him on his own terms, the engagement is immediate and the capacity is evident. He is not stupid. He is misaligned with the dominant mode of the institutional system he is placed inside. What would Bart become if the system was organized around what Bart is good at rather than what Bart is bad at? What career, what role, what contribution to the world does this particular combination of social intelligence, creativity, and street-level wisdom map onto? The show cannot answer this because Bart cannot grow up. But it gestures toward the answer in those moments where Bart is briefly, unexpectedly, taken seriously, where someone sees past the performance of rebellion and interacts with the person underneath. In those moments, Bart is someone who could become something very specific and very interesting. The tragedy is that the moments pass and the loop resumes before anyone can follow the thread. Mystery. Number 72. Why did Patty and Selma never leave Springfield? Marge's sisters are a study in a specific and recognizable kind of person. The sisters who chose certainty over possibility. The DMV workers who have been at the same job, in the same town, with the same routines for longer than most of the people around them can remember. Patty and Selma are, in their way, a counter-argument to the idea that anything in Springfield is the product of external constraint. They do not have Burns's plant polluting their cognition. They are not Homer, cognitively damaged and emotionally dependent. They are, as far as the show depicts them, fully autonomous adults making fully autonomous choices. And they chose this. They chose Springfield. They chose the DMV and the cigarettes and the celebrity crush on MacGyver and the endless, cheerful, self-aware engagement with a life that offers them exactly what they have arranged for themselves. Why? Is it comfort? Is it the specific gravity of a hometown that holds you, not because it is better than anywhere else, but because it is familiar, and familiar is its own kind of good? Is it fear, the fear of the unknown that keeps people in the places they grew up, in the jobs they fell into, in the configurations that were arranged for them before they were old enough to arrange anything for themselves? Or is it, more simply, contentment? Are Patty and Selma content? Not in a resigned way, but in a genuine way. Have they found, in the unglamorous specifics of their Springfield lives, something that satisfies them at a level that no alternative geography would replicate? The show never commits to an answer. They are comedy figures. But they are comedy figures who have made choices, and the choices are their own. Mystery number 73. What does Bart want from Homer? The Homer-Bart relationship is one of the show's most complicated and most carefully developed dynamics. It contains strangulation and forgiveness, and fierce competition, and deeper than acknowledged love, and every complicated thing that exists between a father and a son who are more similar than either of them is comfortable admitting. What Bart wants from Homer is, in almost every episode that explores it, simple. Bart wants Homer to pay attention, not to perform attention, not to show up at the school play for 5 minutes before leaving early, not to make the promise to be present and then find some reason the promise cannot be kept. To actually be there, to see Bart as a specific person rather than as a source of ongoing frustration. Homer gives this, occasionally. In the best episodes, Homer and Bart achieve a genuine connection, a moment of actual seeing, a moment where Homer looks at his son and understands him even briefly, even imperfectly. And then the episode ends and the loop reasserts, and the next episode begins with Homer unaware of the previous moment and Bart performing the rebellion that keeps them safely at the distance where the relationship is manageable. The mystery is whether there is a version of Homer and Bart in some alternate configuration where the attention is sustained rather than episodic, where the genuine connection that flashes in the show's best father-son moments becomes the baseline rather than the exception. The floating timeline prevents this. Homer cannot develop sustained attention. Bart cannot develop past the point where he stops needing it in exactly this form. The relationship is frozen at the moment of maximum yearning on both sides, both of them wanting the same thing, neither of them fully able to maintain it. Mystery number 74. 74. What happened to Homer's friends before Springfield? Homer has friends in Springfield, Barney primarily, whose alcoholism and intellectual decline. The show treats as a comedy, though the earlier seasons suggest a person of real depth and capability who was destroyed by something that needed very little help to take hold. Lenny and Carl, whose friendship is one of the show's quietest and most durable relationships. But what about before? Before Homer settled into the life the plant and the family configured around him, who did he know? Who did he care about? Who was in the story of his life before the story settled into its current form? The show has depicted Homer's young adulthood in fragments, a period when he was less defined, when the future was not yet fixed, when other configurations of his life were possible. There are people from that period who have appeared in occasional episodes and then disappeared, connections that were briefly illuminated and then went dark, a version of Homer's social world that existed before the plant became the center of everything. Where did those people go? Did they leave Springfield? Did the loop absorb them? Did the floating timeline erase them the way it erases Homer's backstory every time the show needs a new version of his past? Or are they still out there somewhere in the background of Springfield's crowded visual field, unrecognized by Homer because he no longer knows how to look at the person he was before everything he became was set? Mystery number 75. Will the family ever be free? The deepest and most fundamental family mystery. The one that encompasses all the others. The Simpsons are trapped by the loop, by the timeline, by the dream of the coma theory, by the radiation, by the deal Abe made, by the plant that employs Homer, by the town that cannot be found on a map, by the children who cannot grow up, by the parents who cannot age. They are trapped, and they are happy, and they are suffering, and they are loving, and they are, despite everything, a family in the fullest and most real sense of the word. Will they ever be free? Not from Springfield specifically, from the loop, from the configuration that keeps them exactly as they were in 1989, in the house that never changes, in the family that never grows. The show cannot answer this. The show is the loop. The show is the trap. Every episode we watch is another revolution of the wheel that keeps them frozen. We watch because we love them. And because we love them, we watch. And because we watch, they stay frozen. We are the loop. We keep them trapped. And we do it willingly, lovingly, week after week. Because the alternative, letting them grow, letting them change, letting the children age and the parents retire, and the house on Evergreen Terrace go quiet, is a grief we cannot face. The family will never be free, because we will never let them go. and maybe that is, in the end, its own kind of love. End of Section 5. Section 6. Springfield's Forgotten Characters. Mysteries 76 through 88. Every town has its background figures. The people who populate the spaces between the named characters, who fill in the visual texture of daily life, who appear in the crowd shots and the establishing sequences and the brief, specific cutaways that let the audience know Springfield is a living place with more people in it than the main cast. Springfield has a great many of these people, and some of them are carrying mysteries that the show introduced and never returned to. Storylines interrupted by the demands of the next plot. Characters who were briefly specific and then receded into the general background. These are the people Springfield forgot, and the mysteries they left behind. Mystery number 76. Who is Hans Moleman and what has happened to him? Hans Moleman. Tiny, ancient, nearly blind, wearing enormous glasses, moving through Springfield with the fragile deliberateness of a man who has learned through extensive personal experience that the world is arranged to harm him. He has died more times than any other character in the history of the show. This is documented. Fans have cataloged the deaths. They reach well into the dozens. He is hit by cars, buried alive, mauled, burned, electrocuted, drowned, crushed, and eliminated in a variety of ways that the show treats as recurring comedy. And then he comes back. Without explanation, without resurrection scene, without anyone noting that the man they saw perish last week is standing in the background of the current episode looking somewhat frail, but otherwise unharmed. Moleman once stated he is 31 years old. 31. He appears to be in his late 80s. Something has aged him at a rate that is not consistent with normal human biology. Something has compressed decades of physical deterioration into the brief span of a young man's life. The radiation theory has an explanation. Moleman may be living in the part of Springfield most directly downwind of the plant. He may be receiving a greater dose of contamination than other residents, possibly through his proximity to the plant or through some other exposure pathway specific to his situation. The accelerated aging is the visible result. The resurrection mystery is the harder one. Is Moleman simply immortal in the Springfield sense? Has his exposure produced both extreme accelerated aging and a regenerative biology that prevents permanent death? Is he stuck in a loop of dying and returning that is, in its own way, as trapped as Homer's coma or Lisa's perpetual 8 years? Or is the show doing something more poignant? Moleman dies because the show needs someone to die, and Moleman is the character designated for that purpose. His deaths are not about him. They are about the show's comfort with treating certain characters' existence as expendable without consequence. The fact that he returns is not biology. It is the show refusing to deal with the implications of treating a character's death as a punchline. Moleman's resurrection is the show's way of saying the death didn't count. But in a world where the deaths don't count, what does? Mystery number 77. Who is Sideshow Bob really? Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. is one of the show's greatest recurring villains. A man of genuine culture and genuine menace, equally capable of quoting Sondheim and attempting child murder. The relationship between Bob and Bart is one of the most sustained and richly developed antagonisms in television history. But who was Bob before Sideshow? Before the pie in the face and the prison and the plans for revenge? The show has given us fragments. A privileged upbringing, a Yale education that produced genuine erudition, a musical sensibility of real depth, a family of overachievers against whom Bob has always measured himself and found, however impressive his accomplishments, somehow lacking. Bob's intelligence is unquestionable. His talents are multiple and significant, and his life's work has been wasted entirely on revenge against a child who, in the original encounter, was simply trying to survive the day. The mystery is what Bob could have become if his considerable capacities had been directed at literally anything else. The show occasionally gestures at this question, in episodes where Bob briefly redirects himself toward legitimate achievement and is briefly magnificent before the obsession reasserts itself. Why Bart? Why has a man of Bob's intelligence organized his entire existence around a 10-year-old in a red shirt? The simple answer is wounded pride. The complicated answer involves something about Bart that Bob recognizes and cannot tolerate. Something in Bart's particular kind of chaotic, unkillable, fundamentally decent mischief that reflects back to Bob everything he hates about what he failed to become. Bob is the smartest person who was defeated by a child, and the defeat is what defines him, not his education or his talents or his genuine cultural depth. The child. Mystery number 78. What happened to Barney Gumble? Barney Gumble was once, the show has established, a person of considerable promise, smart enough to score high on standardized tests, athletic, engaged with the world, someone who was going somewhere. And then he drank. The drinking consumed him. It became the primary organizing principle of his existence. The bar stool at Moe's became his permanent address. The great might have been of Barney Gumble became one of the background figures of Springfield, distinguished primarily by the belch. The show treated this, for most of its run, as straightforward comedy. Barney is a drunk. That is the joke. That is who he is. But the earlier seasons showed something different. They showed a person inside the comedy figure, a person with a specific path that was disrupted by a specific choice, or perhaps by a specific pressure that made a specific choice feel necessary. What was the pressure? The show occasionally hints. There are references to disappointments, to expectations that couldn't be met, to the particular Springfield quality of being too much for the town you grew up in and having nowhere to put it. Barney drank Springfield down. He drank the thing that Springfield does to people who are too big for it. He found the method that makes the gap between what you could have been and what you are bearable on a daily basis. In a later season, Barney briefly gets sober, and the show explores, with real care, what sobriety looks like for someone whose social identity and primary relationship, his friendship with Homer, was built on shared drinking. Getting better costs Barney something. The show acknowledges this honestly, and then, as with most of Barney's significant character developments, the show moves on. The arc completes or doesn't complete, and the next episode begins. The mystery of who Barney might have been recedes into the background of Moe's Tavern. Mystery number 79. What is the full history of Moe's Tavern? Moe Sheslack has tended bar at his establishment for decades. The bar has been bombed, burned, economically devastated, briefly converted into other businesses, and repeatedly rebuilt or restored. Moe himself is a figure of considerable hidden depth. Behind the cynicism and the bar rag and the occasional extreme response to perceived insults, the show has depicted a Moe who yearns for connection and who possesses a capacity for genuine feeling that his persona is organized around concealing. But the tavern is its own mystery. What is the actual history of this establishment? Who built it? What were its first customers? What conversations have happened in those booths across the decades that Moe has been standing behind that bar? A bar is a specific institution in American community life. It is the place where things are said that cannot be said elsewhere, where the social regulations of public life relax slightly, where grief and celebration find the same address. Moe's Tavern has been the site of 36 years of Springfield's unguarded moments. What has Moe heard? What has he accumulated behind that bar in the way that bartenders accumulate things? The secrets, the confessions, the plans formed in half-sobriety, the revelations that people will make at closing time that they would never make in daylight? Moe knows things about Springfield that no other character could know. Because Moe was there when people were telling the truth. What he does with that knowledge, what obligation he feels or doesn't feel, is one of the most quietly interesting questions the show has never asked directly. Mystery number 80. What is Ned Flanders' actual breaking point? We have discussed Ned's conditioning, the behavioral modification that replaced his childhood rage with performed goodness, the cage that was built around him to contain the person he might otherwise have been. The show has depicted Ned breaking twice. Once at the hurricane episode when the loss of his house and the inadequacy of the community's help finally overwhelmed the conditioning, and everything he had been suppressing emerged in one long, comprehensive catalog of grievances. And once in a Treehouse of Horror episode in a context that is explicitly non-canonical, but that the show treats with unusual psychological weight. In the hurricane episode, what emerges is grief. profound, sustained, unmanageable grief. Not anger, not rage, though there are elements of both. The fundamental emotion is the grief of a man who has done everything correctly and received nothing for it, who has tried sincerely and consistently to be the person faith and conditioning and community expectation asked him to be, and who discovered, in the moment when it most mattered, that the performance of virtue and the actual protection of virtue are not the same thing. The house fell. God didn't stop it. The community built it wrong. Nothing worked the way it was supposed to work. What is the person who emerges in that moment capable of? Not the comedy figure of Ned Flanders, the actual person, the one who has been locked inside the conditioning since childhood, the one who is allowed to exist very briefly when the cage fails. The show institutionalized him. He received treatment. He returned to the community. The conditioning was restabilized. But the cage was cracked. The question is whether the crack healed or whether it is still there, invisible under the renewed performance of goodness, waiting for the next time the conditions are exactly right to fail again. Mystery number 81. Why does Principal Skinner stay? Armin Tamzarian, the man who is not Seymour Skinner, the man who took a dead soldier's identity and lived inside it for 20 years and then, when the truth was exposed and the actual Seymour Skinner walked through the door, was given back the lie by a judge's decree. Why does Tamzarian stay in Springfield? The real Skinner was expelled. Tamzarian returned to his stolen identity, and Springfield, by official decree, agreed to pretend that the last several hours never happened. But Tamzarian knows. He sits in that principal's office every day with the full knowledge of what he is. He manages the school and disciplines the students and navigates the relationship with Chalmers and does all of the things that the principal of Springfield Elementary does. And underneath all of it, he carries the knowledge that the person doing these things is a fiction, that Seymour Skinner is not his name, that the life he is living was built on a dead man's reputation and a living woman's need. What is that like? What does it do to a person's sense of self to inhabit a borrowed identity for decades? To become, through the sheer duration of the performance, indistinguishable from the character you were originally playing? By now, Tamzarian probably is Skinner. Not legally, not biologically, but psychologically. The identity has been occupied long enough that the person and the character have merged. The gap between Armin and Seymour has closed. But the knowledge of the gap persists. And somewhere the real Seymour Skinner is still out there, tied to a train and expelled from his own life, carrying an identity that has been legally reassigned to someone else. Mystery number 82. What drives Kent Brockman? Kent Brockman has been the face of Springfield's news for 36 years. Professionally polished, occasionally histrionic, consistently present for every major and minor event in the town's history. The camera-ready voice of Springfield's information system. And he is also, occasionally, a person who reveals something more complex underneath the professional surface. A man who has his own opinions, his own fears, his own capacity for the kind of dramatic overreaction to events that suggests someone whose emotional regulation is less stable than the anchor desk persona implies. There is the famous moment where Brockman, upon receiving information he misinterprets as indicating an alien invasion, immediately offers to collaborate with the new overlords. The speed and enthusiasm of this capitulation is played as a joke, but it is also a window into something real. Brockman, when confronted with power, does not resist. He accommodates. He adjusts his framing. He points the camera where the powerful want it pointed and calls it news. Who taught Brockman to do this? What in his history produced a man who is genuinely good at his job, but who has also, systematically and consistently across 3 decades of covering Springfield, failed to report the most important story in his own backyard? The power plant, the contamination, the dome, the fraud of the principal, the corruption of the mayor, the impossibly old billionaire with the glowing body and the cracked cooling towers. Brockman has been there for all of it. He has covered the surface of all of it. He has never connected the dots. Either Brockman cannot see the dots, or Brockman sees the dots and has made a decision about what it costs to report them. Either way, Springfield's information environment has been shaped by his presence at the anchor desk, and the shape it has been given is the shape that protects everyone who needs protecting, except the people drinking the water. Mystery. Number 83. Who is groundskeeper Willie? Willie is Scottish. This is established, repeated, comedically exploited. He is the groundskeeper at Springfield Elementary. He lives in his groundskeeper shed with a devotion to the school grounds that borders on spiritual. But Willie's backstory is almost entirely blank. Why is he in Springfield? The show occasionally gestures at a history in Scotland that was, by his account, extremely unpleasant. He has references to hardship, to violence, to experiences that produce the specific and formidable Willie who is deployed for comedic purposes in Springfield. What happened to Willie? Not in the punchline sense, in the genuine personal history sense. What series of events moved a person from Scotland to a groundskeeper shed in an American town? What was left behind? What was carried? Willie is, in the moments the show lets him be more than a joke, a person of enormous competence and dignity. He knows his job completely. He executes it with a kind of craftsman's pride that the show consistently plays against the absurdity of his surroundings. He is good at what he does, and what he does is undervalued by everyone around him. The mystery of Willie is the mystery of the person who has made peace with their circumstances, not because the circumstances are good, but because they have found, within those circumstances, something that is worth taking seriously. The grounds of Springfield Elementary are not an obvious site of dignity, and yet Willie has made them that, through the sheer force of caring about the thing he is responsible for. Mystery. Number 84. What happened to Martin Prince? Martin is the class genius, the academically distinguished student whose brilliance is a social liability in Springfield Elementary's culture. He is repeatedly targeted, bullied, excluded, and generally treated with the unkindness that institutional systems reserve for the child who is too obviously what the system claims to value. Martin and Lisa occupy a similar position in the school's social ecosystem. Both are intelligent. Both are targeted for it. Both are frequently excluded. But Martin's response to this treatment is fundamentally different from Lisa's. Lisa has a community of interest, a connection to causes and ideas and music that gives her life meaning beyond the school's social hierarchy. Martin has the performance of academic achievement itself, which is both the source of his trouble and the only thing he knows how to offer. What happens to Martin when he grows up? The show cannot show us this because Martin cannot grow up, but the trajectory is visible. A child who is intensely bright and intensely socially isolated, and whose primary mode of relating to the world is through intellectual performance, goes into the world and becomes something. The question is whether the isolation was formative or destructive. Whether the Springfield years, in all their specific cruelty, produced a person of resilience or a person of damage. Martin is one of the show's background figures who deserves a full episode and has never received one. He is the student who goes to college and nobody from Springfield hears from again. Present for the entire childhood. Absent from every adult story. What happened to him? Mystery. Number 85. What is the actual nature of Ned and Homer's relationship? They are neighbors. They have been neighbors for 36 years. The fence between their yards is one of the most loaded borders in American fiction. Homer resents Ned because Ned is, by every external measure, better than Homer. Better father, better neighbor, better citizen, better Christian, better body, better finances. Ned is the daily reminder of what Homer is not and never will be. And Homer loves Ned. This is the thing the show has occasionally acknowledged and never fully resolved. Homer loves Ned with the specific love that one has for the thing that exasperates you the most. The love that exists in closest proximity to resentment. The love that cannot exist without the resentment because the resentment is what gives the love its specific shape. Ned loves Homer too. Again, complicatedly. Ned's relationship with Homer is the primary test of his conditioning. Homer is the impossible patient. The person who makes Ned's faith a daily practical exercise rather than an abstract belief. If Ned can love Homer, Ned can love anyone. and Ned does love Homer, in his way. The mystery is what this relationship would look like if both of them were honest about it. Not in the comedic sense of Homer acknowledging his jealousy or Ned acknowledging his frustration. In the genuine sense of two men who have spent 36 years in each other's company, admitting that the other person has become, whatever else they are, necessary. Two men who would not know who they were without the fence between them, who define themselves in ways both of them resist articulating, in terms of each other. The fence is the show, the gap is the relationship. And the gap, like everything in Springfield, is preserved exactly as it is because changing it would mean admitting what it was for. Mystery number 86. Who is Mayor Quimby protecting? Mayor Quimby is corrupt. This is not a secret. It is not even a subtly established fact. It is the premise of every Mayor Quimby scene. He is openly, cheerfully, professionally corrupt in a way that suggests corruption has become so normalized in Springfield's civic culture that it no longer requires concealment. But there is a layer beneath the obvious corruption that the show occasionally surfaces. Quimby's corruption is not purely self-interested. He is not simply enriching himself. He is maintaining a specific equilibrium. He is keeping the systems of Springfield functional enough that the population remains manageable and the underlying reality remains concealed. Quimby takes the bribes. He buries the inconvenient investigations. He makes the speeches that explain away the problems. And he does all of this in a way that keeps Springfield quiet enough that the federal government, which has apparently concluded that Springfield is unrecoverable, does not intervene on a daily basis. In a strange way, Quimby's corruption is the thing that keeps Springfield from being subject to external control. Not because external control would be worse, but because Quimby has learned that a certain level of visible dysfunction is tolerable, while a higher level triggers intervention. He manages the visible dysfunction to stay below the threshold. Who taught him this? Who benefits from Springfield staying exactly in this particular zone of manageable disaster? The answer is obvious, and Quimby's corruption, properly understood, is not independent from the burn system. It is part of it. Mystery number 87. Why does Apu stay in Springfield? Apu Nahasapimapedalon is one of the most genuinely complicated characters in the history of the show. A man of considerable education and capability who runs a convenience store in Springfield with a devotion that goes well beyond what the position requires. He is, by any outside assessment, overqualified for what he does. He has a doctoral degree. He has skills and knowledge that would qualify him for much more professionally prestigious positions. And yet he is there, behind the counter, at 2 in the morning, every morning. The show has explored Apu's relationship with the Quick E-Mart as a genuine vocation rather than merely a job. A calling. A specific and personal commitment to the provision of a service in a specific place to a specific community that gives his life meaning in ways that a more prestigious career might not. This is not a mystery in the sense of something hidden or unexplained. It is a mystery in the sense of something that is visible but resistant to simple analysis. Why does Apu stay? Because Springfield is his. Not in the legal or historical sense. In the sense that he has made it his through the 36 years of presence, of service, of being the person who is always open when everything else is closed. Apu is one of the few characters in Springfield who seems to have genuinely chosen his life rather than arrived at it through circumstance. Who looked at what he had and decided it was what he wanted. That choice, freely made, is its own kind of mystery in a town where most people's lives were arranged for them by forces they never understood. Mystery number 88. Who are all the people in the backgrounds? This is the last and most encompassing mystery in this section, and it is deliberately open-ended. Springfield is a populated town. The streets have crowds, the stores have customers, the bars have patrons, the school has students. Every establishing shot contains dozens of people who are present in the frame, going about their lives, existing in the space of Springfield as fully as the named characters do. Who are they? Not as individuals requiring episode-length explorations, but as a collective. As the mass of Springfield's population that the show has been assembling for 36 years in the background of everything that happens. These are the people who drink the water, who breathe the air, who have been living in the contaminated zone since before the show began, and who will continue living there after it ends, in whatever form after takes for a show that has been running as long as this one. They are the real mystery of Springfield, not the named characters with their specific histories and documented pathologies. The background people, the ones who have never had an episode, whose lives have never been examined. What do they dream about? What do they fear? What do they know about their town that they have agreed not to discuss? What does the water taste like to them? Have they noticed that the fish have too many eyes? Do they wonder, in the quiet moments, about the glow in the woods near the plant? Springfield is not just the Simpson family and their orbit of named characters. Springfield is all of these people living their unnamed lives in a town that the show has been trying to explain for 36 years. The named characters are the window. The background people are what the window looks out on. And what the window looks out on is a town full of people who have been living inside something that the show has been trying to name. They still haven't gotten a name. End of Section 6. Section 7. The Women of Springfield. Mysteries 89 through 100. Springfield has often been criticized, fairly, for underserving its female characters. For centering the men, for treating the women primarily as context for male storylines, for giving Marge and Lisa and Patty and Selma and all the others considerably less of the show's real estate than the male characters receive. These criticisms are accurate and have been made comprehensively elsewhere. But within the space the show has given them, the women of Springfield carry some of the most interesting mysteries in the show's entire run. Mysteries that are often more complex, more unresolved, and more pointed than anything happening in the foreground of the men's stories. Mystery. Number 89. What did Mona Simpson's activism actually accomplish? Mona Simpson was a radical. She joined a group that targeted Burns's biological weapons laboratory. She participated in an action that destroyed weaponized biological agents that were being developed in a residential area by a private individual with no oversight or accountability. She succeeded, at great personal cost, in removing from Springfield something that could have caused catastrophic harm. And then the show moved on. The biological weapons lab was not revisited. The fact that Springfield had a weapons laboratory was not followed up on. No one in Springfield's civic institutions seems to have processed the revelation that the town's wealthiest resident had been running a germ warfare facility. What happened after? Not to Mona, whose story the show followed carefully, but to the weapons program. Did Burns simply relocate it? Did he scale it back? Did the destruction of one facility end the program entirely? Or did it simply prompt Burns to be more careful about where he conducted this particular line of research? Mona's activism, which cost her everything, may have stopped one facility. 1. In the context of Burns's operations across a century of industrial activity, the destruction of one weapons lab is a punctuation mark in a very long document. Mona gave up her son's entire childhood for that. And the question the show never asks is whether it was enough, whether the sacrifice was proportionate to the outcome, whether Mona, in her final years, believed that it was. Mystery number 90. Why does Marge keep Homer's secrets? Marge knows things about Homer that she has never brought to light, not his embarrassing behavior, which is impossible to conceal. The deeper things, the things that, in a different kind of relationship, would be the subject of sustained, serious conversation. She knows, on some level, the weight of what Homer carries. The lost mother, the damaged cognition, the job that is slowly killing the town they live in, the employer who is the architect of the family's specific suffering. She keeps these things. She holds the knowledge close and does not deploy it, does not use it as leverage, does not bring it into the conversations that might transform it into action. Why? Partly because bringing it into the light would require Homer to deal with it, and Homer dealing with things he cannot process tends to produce outcomes that are worse than the suppression. Partly because some of what Marge knows she has learned from Homer's most vulnerable moments, and using it would be a betrayal of the specific trust that those moments carry. But partly because Marge, who has organized her life around the maintenance of the family structure, has identified the things that would destroy the structure if they were processed fully. And she has made a quiet, ongoing decision to protect the structure. The mystery is whether Marge's management of these things is wisdom or damage. Whether her capacity to hold her family's most dangerous truths without acting on them is a gift or a wound. The answer is probably both, simultaneously, irreducibly. Mystery number 91. What did Patty know about herself that Springfield didn't? Patty Bouvier is gay. The show revealed this in season 16. She had been carrying this knowledge throughout the entirety of the show's run. She had been the person she was in all of her specific, cigarette-scented DMV-employed Springfieldness, with this knowledge private. What was that experience? Not the experience of being gay in the abstract, but the specific experience of being a specific person in Springfield, in the specific cultural and historical context of Springfield, in the 1990s and early 2000s, with information about yourself that you had decided to keep private. Springfield is not depicted as a particularly progressive community. Its relationship with difference and the unfamiliar is consistently managed through the mob mechanism we discussed, the reflexive, volatile response that dissipates before it can produce change. Whether that response would have been extended to Patty's specific truth is not clear, but the mystery is Patty's interior experience during those years of privacy. Whether Springfield was the reason for it, whether there was a specific fear, rooted in a specific experience or a specific knowledge of the community, that made keeping the truth private feel like the safer and wiser choice. Patty made it to the revelation. She lives, as far as the show's later seasons depicted, more openly. But the years before the revelation are a closed book. Springfield has its version of Patty, and the full version of Patty has always been more than what Springfield saw. Mystery. Number 92. Who is Elizabeth Taylor's appearance as Maggie's voice? Elizabeth Taylor, one of the most famous human beings of the 20th century, voiced Maggie Simpson's first word in the episode "And Maggie Makes Three." The word was daddy. A baby saying the word she means most, directed at the person. The show has established is the center of Maggie's emotional world, however quietly and strategically she keeps that fact. Why Elizabeth Taylor? This is partly a practical Hollywood story about a celebrity guest appearance in a high-profile show, but within the show's internal mythology, the choice carries weight. Maggie's voice, when it finally came, was one of the most famous voices in the world. The implication in the logic of the show is that Maggie's actual voice, the one she will have when she finally chooses to speak fully, is something extraordinary. Not just a baby babbling her first recognizable word, something with depth and resonance and presence. If Maggie's silence is a strategic choice and her voice, when finally deployed, will be the instrument of something significant, then the show's casting of Elizabeth Taylor for the single word that broke the silence is a choice about what that eventual deployment will sound like. Maggie, when she finally speaks, will speak with the weight of everything she has accumulated, every mystery she has observed, every plan she has formed, every assessment she has made of the town and its people. The voice that carries all of that should be extraordinary. Taylor's appearance was not just a celebrity gag, it was the show making a promise about Maggie, about what is waiting behind the silence, about what Springfield will hear when it finally hears it. Mystery number 93. What happened to Marge's ambitions? Marge's potential has been an occasional subject of the show's exploration, and the exploration is consistently melancholy. She paints and is genuinely talented. She excels at every profession she enters. She demonstrates repeatedly that the person who manages the Simpson household with such consistent competence could have managed considerably larger things with the same competence. In earlier seasons, there are glimpses of a Marge who is aware of this, who carries some specific feeling, not quite regret, not quite frustration, about the relationship between what she does and what she might have done. The feelings are real and they are acknowledged, and then they are resolved, usually through the reaffirmation that the family is the thing that matters, that the choice was made and it was the right choice. Is the resolution genuine? Is Marge's peace with her life genuine? The show wants it to be. The show has an investment in Marge's peace being genuine because a Marge who is genuinely at war with the gap between her potential and her life would be a different show. A harder show. A show that the comedy cannot entirely contain. There are moments where the peace is thin. where something bleeds through, and those moments are some of the show's most honest. The mystery of Marge's ambitions is not whether she gave something up. She did. The mystery is whether she knows what it would have been. Mystery number 94. Why has Lisa never found a peer? Lisa's isolation is one of the show's most consistent and quietly devastating themes. She is the smartest person in most of the rooms she enters. She has the moral seriousness of an adult and the emotional vulnerability of a child, and she has been trying to navigate that gap in the 4th grade at Springfield Elementary for 36 years. She has had friends, brief ones. She has had moments of connection. An episode here, a relationship there that showed what Lisa looks like when she is not alone. But the connections don't hold. The peers leave. The kindred spirits move on or change or reveal themselves to be less than the initial connection suggested. And Lisa returns to the position she has occupied since the beginning. Brilliant, principled, lonely? Is Springfield the problem? Would Lisa find her people somewhere else? In a different school, a different town, a different configuration of the world? The floating timeline prevents us from finding out. Lisa is stuck in Springfield. She is stuck at 8. She is stuck in a town where the smartest person available as a regular companion is a saxophone-playing kid who processes everything through a moral framework that the adults around her consistently fail to honor. The mystery of Lisa's isolation is not who would be her peer. There are clearly people in the world who would be Lisa's peer. The mystery is whether Springfield is keeping her from them, whether the town that has been carefully designed to prevent its residents from rising above their circumstances has made Lisa's loneliness not just personal, but structural. Mystery number 95. What does Agnes Skinner actually want? Agnes Skinner, Seymour's mother, is one of Springfield's most reliably unkind presences. She is withering toward her son. She is critical, demanding, and consistently ungenerous in her assessment of everything around her. But there are moments in the show where Agnes's cruelty is revealed as something more complicated. Not just bad character, something that has been produced by specific circumstances, by specific losses and specific disappointments and specific experiences of what the world is like for a certain kind of woman in a certain time and place. Agnes was not always Agnes. She was at some point a person whose specific quality of bitterness had not yet been fully formed. She became who she is through accumulation, through the particular experiences of a life that produced this specific result. What were those experiences? The show doesn't go into them. Agnes is a character, not a fully developed person. Her history is almost entirely blank. But the bitterness itself is interesting. It has a particular quality, the bitterness of someone who tried in some way and found the effort insufficient, who expected something and received something else, who made an accommodation with the world and found the accommodation's terms increasingly intolerable with age. Agnes is what happens when disappointment calcifies. When the gap between what you expected and what you received becomes, over decades, the thing you lead with. Mystery number 96. What is Lisa's relationship with her own intelligence? Lisa's intelligence is both her defining characteristic and her primary source of difficulty. It sets her apart. It earns her the particular loneliness of being the person who sees things others don't. It brings her into conflict with every authority structure that would prefer she engage less critically and accept more comfortably. But the show has also depicted Lisa in relationship to her intelligence in ways that are more complicated than simple pride in her abilities. There are episodes where the intelligence is a burden, where being the smartest person in the room means being responsible for outcomes that shouldn't be a child's responsibility, where seeing clearly means seeing the things you cannot fix, the things your family cannot support you in seeing, the things Springfield cannot accommodate you knowing. What does Lisa actually feel about being who she is? Not in the abstract sense of a character trait, in the daily, specific, Tuesday morning before school sense. Is she glad of it? Has she ever wished to be different? Has she ever looked at Bart's comfortable relationship with the middle of the pack and thought, however briefly, that the peace he has might be worth the vision he lacks? The show suggests the answer is no. Lisa's intelligence is her identity. She would not give it up even if she could. But the loneliness is real, And the loneliness is not incidental to the intelligence. It is produced by it. Every person who is very far from the average in any direction pays the cost of the distance. Lisa pays it every day. The show knows this, and it honors her for paying it without making it easier. Mystery number 97. Why does Springfield's treatment of Marge never change? Springfield treats Marge the way small towns often treat the woman who chose to stay and maintain the structure. She is appreciated in the abstract. She is taken for granted in the particular. She is called upon when something needs managing and forgotten when the managing is complete. This pattern does not change. Across 36 seasons, across every episode in which Marge's contributions are noticed and celebrated and affirmed, by the following episode, the state returns to baseline. The appreciation evaporates, the gratitude fades, and Marge begins again. Is this the natural entropy of relationships? The tendency of people to stop noticing the things that are continuously provided because the continuous provision normalizes them? Is this what happens to every Marge in every Springfield? Or is there something specific to Springfield's cognitive environment that makes sustained appreciation impossible? The same damage to the brain's long-term memory and sustained emotional processing that allows catastrophes to be forgotten after a week also allows appreciation to be forgotten after a week. The kindness vanishes from memory the way the dome vanished. Not because no one cared, because the caring could not be maintained. Marge is, in this reading, one of the most profound victims of Springfield's contamination. Not because she is directly harmed, because the people who love her cannot hold on to the love's specific expressions long enough to demonstrate it consistently. Mystery number 98. What is behind Lisa's saxophone? The saxophone is Lisa's primary mode of emotional expression. It is the instrument she turns to when language fails, when the world is too much and words are insufficient, when the gap between what she feels and what can be said requires a different kind of channel. The saxophone, in the show's mythology, was given to Lisa by a jazz musician named Bleeding Gums Murphy, a figure who appeared early in the show's run and who served briefly as the most significant non-family connection in Lisa's life. A person who recognized something in her and gave her, through the music, a way of being in the world that the fourth grade at Springfield Elementary could not provide. Bleeding Gums died. Lisa grieved him. The saxophone remained. What does Lisa play when nobody is watching? Not the pieces she performs in episodes. The music she makes in the privacy of her room in the house on Evergreen Terrace, when she is processing something that cannot be processed through words. The saxophone is a mystery, not because the show has never shown her play it, but because the show has only shown her play it when it serves the episode's narrative. The real playing happens in the spaces between episodes, in the silence between the end credits and the next week's opening. What does that music sound like? What does a very intelligent, very isolated, very feeling 8-year-old at the center of Springfield's impossible loop play, alone in her room, when the saxophone is the only language that fits? Mystery. Number 99. How does Marge manage the weight? The weight of the family, the weight of the secrets, the weight of what she knows and what she carries and what she manages day after day, without the structural support that the weight requires. Marge does not have a therapist. She does not have a support group. She does not have a sustained relationship with anyone outside the immediate family circle who sees the full picture of what her life involves. She has Patty and Selma, who provide a specific kind of sisterly presence that is not quite support in the therapeutic sense. She has neighbors and acquaintances. She has, in occasional episodes, found community in specific circumstances that the show then resolves before the community can become structural. How does she do it? This is not rhetorical. It is a genuine question about the psychological mechanics of a person who manages at the level Marge manages without external support. The answer the show offers, implicitly, is that the love is sufficient. That the specific, powerful, daily experience of loving and being loved by her family provides the resource that manages the weight. This may be true. It is also possibly the most comforting lie the show tells. About Marge. About the people who manage the way Marge manages. About what love can sustain. The mystery is not whether Marge manages. She clearly does. The mystery is what it guides, and whether the cost is one that the love, however genuine, however deep, can actually afford. Mystery. Number 100. What will happen when Maggie finally speaks? We have discussed Maggie's silence at length, her strategic concealment of her own capacities, her observation of everything and response to nothing, her waiting. But the question of what happens when she speaks is the largest mystery the show has left open. Because Maggie is not 8. She is not 10. She is not mid-30s. In the logic of the floating timeline, Maggie is simultaneously 1 year old and 36 years old. She is a person who has experienced 36 years of Springfield without any of the cognitive damage that comes from 36 years of Springfield, because her particular mutation, if we follow the radiation theory, is the one that went in the other direction. What does 36 years of watching Springfield intelligently and strategically and silently produce? What conclusions has a person of Maggie's capacity reached after 3.5 decades of observation? What does she know about the plant, about burns, about the water, about the contamination, about the coma if she has somehow intuited what the coma theory suggests, about the nature of the loop they are all trapped in? When Maggie speaks, if the show ever lets her speak in a way that counts, it will not be one word. It will not be daddy, however much that word means. It will be everything. The accumulated intelligence of the show's most observant and most concealed mind. The diagnosis of Springfield from the inside. The assessment of the situation by the one person in the town who has seen everything and said nothing. Maggie will speak. And when she does, Springfield will finally understand what it is. Or it will do what it always does. It will hear the truth. And then, by the next episode, it will forget. End of Section 7. Section 8. The Crimes and Conspiracies, Mysteries 101 through 112. Springfield is a town with a complicated relationship to lawfulness. It has a police force, but the police force is corrupt. It has a court system, but the court system can be arranged. It has beyonds, but the laws have exceptions for the people wealthy enough to have exceptions. In this environment, crimes have been committed, covered up, misattributed, and forgotten at a rate that makes Springfield one of the most comprehensively under-prosecuted communities in American fiction. These are 12 of the most interesting unsolved crimes and conspiracies that Springfield has produced and then quietly set aside. Mystery number 101. What really happened to the $1 trillion bill? Burns had it. The United States government created a single $1 trillion bill during World War II for a transaction with European allies that ultimately never occurred. Burns acquired it. He held it for decades. He considered it his. In the episode that features it, he attempts to use it in an elaborate international scheme that ultimately fails. What happened to it after the episode? Did the bill return to Burns's possession? Was it destroyed? Was it repatriated to the U.S. government? The episode ends without a clean resolution of the bill's fate, which is not unusual for the show but is particularly notable in this case. Because a $1 trillion bill, even as a non-functional collectible, is the kind of thing that has implications. Its existence proves that Burns acquired something from the U.S. government under circumstances that involved at minimum an ethical compromise and quite possibly a crime. The bill is physical evidence of the nature of Burns's relationship with federal authority. Where is it? Mystery. Number 102. What did Chief Wiggum actually do to keep his job? Wiggum is so magnificently incompetent that his continued employment requires explanation. Not the comedic explanation of a corrupt system failing to hold people accountable. A specific explanation. Someone is allowing Wiggum to remain in command of Springfield's police force. Someone has decided, for reasons that serve their purposes, that a Wiggum-led police department is preferable to a competent alternative. The most obvious beneficiary of an incompetent police force is the person with the most to hide from an effective investigation. Burns's operations at the plant, in his pharmaceutical division, and his various other business interests require a police department that will not investigate them. Wiggum's incompetence is not incidental to Burns's continued freedom from accountability. It may be engineered. What was the arrangement? When was it made? Does Wiggum know the full nature of what he is a part of, or has he simply been placed in a position and maintained there by forces he has never been required to understand? Mystery. Number 103. Who actually burned down Moe's Tavern the first time? Moe's Tavern has been destroyed multiple times across the series. Fire, structural failure, economic collapse, and at least one occasion of deliberate arson. The arson occasion is the interesting one. The show depicted it. The perpetrator was identified within the episode, the case was resolved, but the circumstances surrounding the fire were never fully unpacked. The investigation, such as it was conducted by Wiggum's department, which means its conclusions should be treated with the appropriate level of skepticism. The identified perpetrator had a plausible motive, but they also had the kind of profile that makes them a convenient perpetrator, someone whose guilt would be accepted and whose prosecution would disturb no one of consequence. Was the right person held responsible? The evidence as presented was thin enough to sustain doubt. And in a town where the justice system is a tool of the powerful rather than a mechanism for truth, the right person being held responsible for anything is not guaranteed. Mystery number 104. What are the full contents of Burns's blackmail files? Burns, as established, has been accumulating leverage over Springfield's inhabitants for over a century. The nature of this leverage is varied. Financial information, personal indiscretions, knowledge of crimes committed and concealed. The kinds of information that, if deployed, would destroy careers and relationships and reputations. The show has occasionally referenced specific files, Burns using specific knowledge to control specific people. The information is real. It is acted on. It produces real consequences. But the full scope of the files has never been mapped. How comprehensive is the collection? What percentage of Springfield's population has a file? Are there files on all of the major characters? All of the minor ones? Background figures? People who never interacted with Burns directly but whose lives touched his interests in ways that produced documentary evidence? If Burns has files on everyone who matters in Springfield, then the town's apparent dysfunction is not dysfunction at all. It is the managed equilibrium of a population whose significant members are held in place by the knowledge that the file exists. By the understanding that acting against Burns's interest has consequences that can be precisely calibrated to be maximally painful for the specific individual concerned. Springfield is not a town. It is a managed system, and the files are how it is managed. Mystery. Number 105. What is the full scope of Quimby family corruption? Mayor Quimby is the local face of his family's political history. The Quimbys are Springfield's political dynasty, the family that has held or influenced the mayor's office and various other civic positions for multiple generations. The show depicts the current Quimby as personally corrupt in specific and documented ways. But the family's corruption is generational. It was not invented by the current mayor. It was inherited. It has been practiced, refined, and institutionalized across multiple generations of Quimby participation in Springfield's public life. What does the Quimby family's history look like? What arrangements did earlier Quimbys make with Burns? What civic resources have been redirected into Quimby family wealth across the decades? What investigations have been quietly buried by the various law enforcement officials whose careers depended on Quimby support? The current Quimby is a product of this history. He was not trained to be a good mayor. He was trained to be the next Quimby, to maintain the arrangements, to keep the equilibrium, to be corrupt in the specific institutionalized ways that have been working for the family for as long as the family has been in Springfield. His corruption is not personal failure. It is family business. Mystery. Number 106. What happened to the radioactive waste already dumped? The power plant has been dumping radioactive waste into Springfield's water sources for decades. The dumping is documented. The evidence of the dumping is present in the environment, in the three-eyed fish, in the mutation patterns that the radiation theory describes. But the waste that has already been dumped does not disappear. It does not neutralize itself. Radioactive contamination in a water system does not resolve on a human timescale. The half-lives of the relevant materials are measured in years, decades, centuries. The contamination in Springfield's water table is not a historical problem. It is a present and accumulating problem. Every year that the plant continues to operate adds more contamination to the existing contamination. Every year that the contamination sits in the soil and the water, it affects the organisms that depend on that soil and water. What is the total radioactive inventory currently present in Springfield's environment? No one in the show's world has conducted this assessment. No federal agency has done the study. The contamination is not mapped because mapping it would require acknowledging it. But it is there. Growing. Quietly, continuously, invisibly. In the water, in the soil, in the bodies of everyone who lives in Springfield, and everyone who was born there, and everyone who drinks what comes out of the tap. The waste that was dumped yesterday is there. The waste that was dumped 30 years ago is there. All of it together, accumulating in the same watershed that supplies the town that has agreed not to notice. Mystery. Number 107. Who covered up the original environmental assessments? Before Blinky became famous. Before the dome. Before any of the visible evidence of the plant's environmental impact became a public conversation, there must have been private assessments, internal documents, environmental monitoring reports, groundwater tests, air quality assessments, the kind of routine environmental data collection that a facility of this scale would be required to perform, or that surrounding government agencies would conduct as a matter of standard protocol. Some of those assessments must have shown problems. Early problems. The early signs of contamination before it reached the threshold of three-eyed fish and government domes. The preliminary data that, if anyone had acted on it early, might have stopped the contamination before it became the catastrophe it eventually became. Where are those documents? Who saw them? What happened to the people who prepared them? The cover-up of environmental damage is one of the oldest and most documented crimes of the industrial era. It follows a consistent pattern. Early data is suppressed. The scientists who produce it are discredited or relocated. The institutional memory of the problem is erased so that future assessments have no baseline to compare against. By the time the damage is visible and undeniable, the documentation of the original decision to conceal it is buried deep enough that accountability is nearly impossible. Springfield's contamination followed this pattern. Somewhere in a filing cabinet or a hard drive or a burned box of documents is the record of the moment when someone knew and chose not to tell. Mystery. Number 108. Was the Who Shot Mr. Burns investigation actually compromised? We have gone through the shooting mystery at length, the clues that don't add up, the alternate suspects, Homer's unexamined confession, the convenient impossibility of prosecuting a baby. But there is a meta-level to this mystery that is worth sitting with. The investigation itself, conducted by Chief Wiggum and the Springfield Police, was the mechanism by which Maggie was identified as the shooter. The evidence that pointed to Homer, the fingerprints and the DNA, was apparently sufficient to nearly convict him. The evidence that ultimately cleared Homer and implicated Maggie came from Burns himself, waking from a coma. Wiggum's department conducted the investigation. Wiggum, who is corrupt and incompetent and who operates the police force in a way that serves the interests of Springfield's power structure. Wiggum, who may have specific reasons for wanting certain aspects of the shooting's circumstances to remain unexamined. The investigation produced a result. The result was accepted. The case was closed. But in a city where the police force is an instrument of the existing power structure, and where the existing power structure has an interest in the shooting's investigation, reaching a conclusion that does not produce a prosecutable human adult who might reveal inconvenient things during a public trial, the investigation reaching a convenient conclusion is not evidence that justice was served. It is evidence that the system worked exactly as it was designed to work. Mystery number 109. What is the nature of Springfield's relationship with the mafia? The show has occasionally depicted organized crime as having a presence in Springfield. Fat Tony and his operations represent a parallel power structure to Burns's, a shadow economy that operates in the spaces the official economy doesn't cover. But the show has also depicted a relationship between Springfield's civic authorities and the organized crime presence that is less adversarial than it should be. Wiggum's relationship with Fat Tony is complicated. The legal and illegal economies of Springfield are not cleanly separated. They share infrastructure, personnel, and in some cases, direction. This raises the question of where Burns sits in relation to organized crime. Does Burns's century-long management of Springfield's official power include an accommodation with its unofficial power? Did Burns, at some point in the town's history, arrive at an understanding with whoever represented organized crime interests at the time? A man of Burns's pragmatism would not ignore an organization with the reach and the specific capabilities that organized crime possesses. He would find a way to make it useful, to incorporate it into the larger system of managed Springfield, to ensure that the unofficial economy served the same interests as the official one. What is that arrangement? What does Burns provide and what does he receive? Mystery number 110. What happened to the people who tried to close the plant? In 36 years of documented safety violations, someone has tried. Environmental lawyers, perhaps? Regulatory officials? State senators? People who looked at the three-eyed fish and the violated inspection reports and the federal contamination zone status and decided that someone should be held accountable. What happened to them? Not in a dramatic, sinister sense necessarily. Not all of them ended up in the plant's basement. Burns's management of opposition is more sophisticated than direct elimination. Careers redirected. Investigations defunded. Key witnesses finding that their testimony is suddenly inconsistent with other available evidence. Legal cases dragged through multiple jurisdictions until the statute of limitations becomes the defendant's best argument. The people who tried to hold Burns accountable for the plant probably exist somewhere. Retired environmental lawyers who have a specific bitterness about a case that consumed years of their career and produced nothing. Former regulators who know precisely what was in the assessments that never resulted in enforcement action. Journalists who wrote the story and found that the story disappeared from publication without explanation. These people are Springfield's untold history, the people who tried to tell the truth about the town and discovered the town's mechanisms for protecting itself from the truth being told. Mystery. Number 111. What is the secret behind the stonecutters? Homer discovers a secret society within Springfield. The Stonecutters, an organization with genuine reach, genuine influence, and genuine institutional presence in the town's life. An organization that has apparently been shaping the events of Springfield for as long as anyone can remember. The Stonecutters are played for comedy. The secret rituals are absurd. The degree of control they exercise over Springfield's affairs is satirically exaggerated. The episode is a parody of secret society conspiracy theories, but the parody is built on a real observation. Springfield does have power structures that are not visible to most of its residents. The power is not evenly distributed. The decisions that shape the town are not made democratically. There are people who know things that others don't. There are arrangements that sustain themselves without requiring public acknowledgement. The Stonecutters are the comedy version of the actual mechanism. The actual mechanism is Burns and Quimby and Wiggum and the network of accommodation and managed compromise that constitutes Springfield's real government. Not a secret society with funny robes. A system of relationships maintained through leverage and shared interest that produces a consistent outcome across multiple generations. The Stonecutters episode is funny because the truth it is parodying is so much less funny. Mystery. Number 112. What will Springfield look like in 100 years? If the loop holds, if nothing changes. If Burns outlives everyone currently alive, and the plant continues to operate, and the water continues to be contaminated, and the population continues to be cognitively diminished, and the civic institutions continue to serve the interests of the powerful and the children continue to be children forever. What does Springfield look like in 100 years? The answer might be exactly the same. Because the system is self-sustaining. Because the loop is not degrading toward an endpoint. Because everything that should produce change has been neutralized. Burns, still alive. Homer, still employed. Bart, still 10. The cracked cooling towers, still crackling. The three-eyed fish, still swimming. 100 years from now, in the Springfield that the floating timeline would produce if nothing ever changed, all of this is still there. All of it unchanged, in the town that never ages, maintained by the loop that we keep feeding every week when we tune in. Springfield is not becoming something. Springfield is already what it is, has always been what it is, will always be what it is. That is the last and most comprehensive crime, not the dumping or the fraud or the weapons lab or the political corruption. The permanence, the system that made the present into a permanent condition. The crime that has no perpetrator because everyone is, in some small way, participating in maintaining it. End of Section 8. Section 9. The Metaphysics of Springfield. Mysteries 113 through 122. We have spent a great deal of time examining Springfield through the lenses of evidence and psychology and institutional analysis, the radiation theory, the coma theory, the political economy of Burns's empire, the family histories, and the character studies and the documented crimes. Now we go somewhere else, into the stranger spaces, the places where Springfield stops being a satirical cartoon about American dysfunction and starts being something that requires a different vocabulary to describe. The places where the mystery is not about who did what to whom, but about what the show itself might be trying to say about the nature of existence. These 10 mysteries live in the metaphysical heart of Springfield. They are harder to quantify and harder to dismiss. Mystery. Number 113. Why does God allow Springfield to exist? The show's internal theology is complicated. God exists in Springfield. He has appeared, he has spoken, he has expressed opinions and made promises and engaged with the lives of Springfield's residents. And he has allowed everything we have described in the previous 8 sections to continue. The contamination, the corruption, the suffering, the cognitive damage, the exploitation, the generational destruction of families, the deliberate poisoning of an entire community by a man so old that he should, by any natural accounting, have died before the damage reached this scale. God appears to Homer. God is presumably aware of all of this, and God does not intervene. The show is doing something theologically specific here, not suggesting that God is absent or unaware, suggesting that God is present and choosing not to act on what he knows. That the divine in Springfield's universe is aware of the situation and has made a determination about the appropriate level of intervention, and the determination is not yet. Why the show's answer, such as it is compressed into the comment to Homer that his time is coming, that the situation will resolve on a timeline that is not Homer's timeline and not Springfield's timeline, that there is a patience built into the divine perspective that looks, from the inside, like indifference. Whether this is theologically interesting or simply a way of explaining why the show doesn't end, the mystery remains. A God who speaks to Homer and is aware of Burns and is watching the cracked cooling towers. A God who says not yet implies eventually, and eventually is the one thing Springfield seems designed to prevent. Mystery number 114. Is Springfield real? This is the question that the coma theory makes inescapable. If Homer is dreaming, then Springfield is not real. It is the internal landscape of an unconscious mind. The town, the plant, the family, the neighbors, all of it exists inside a man's head in a hospital bed in a building that is itself part of Springfield, which means the hospital is also inside Homer's head, and the hospital bed is inside Homer's head, and the Homer who is lying in the hospital bed, who we are invited to imagine as the real Homer, is also a construction of the dreaming mind. This is the epistemological problem that the coma theory introduces and cannot resolve. You cannot step outside the dream to verify it. Everything you use to assess whether you are in a dream is also in the dream. Every piece of evidence you reach for is something the dream has constructed for you. Springfield might not be real, or Springfield might be the realest thing there is, the thing that a man's mind creates when it is trying, desperately, to hold on to the feeling of being home. The two possibilities are not mutually exclusive. Springfield can be a dream and be real. The things that matter in it can be genuine even if the physical space is constructed. The love is real. The family is real. The specific feeling of Homer coming through the door at the end of the episode, home, safe, the family intact. That feeling is real. Whether the place it happens in exists on a map is, in the end, secondary to whether the feeling it represents is genuine. And the feeling is genuine. It has been genuine for 36 years. No dream lasts that long without being based on something true. Mystery. Number 115. What is the Treehouse of Horror really about? Every October, the show opens a door into a version of Springfield that runs on different rules. Where death is not permanent, where reality is not stable, where the horror genre's particular way of telling the truth through terror is available for use. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have been running for the entire show's history, more than 30 of them. And across those 30-plus episodes, a pattern emerges. The horror stories the show tells are not random. They are not simply whatever genre parody was convenient. They are about specific fears, specific anxieties that the regular episodes, with their commitment to comedy and resolution, cannot fully address. Fear of technology replacing humanity, fear of alien invasion and loss of autonomy, fear of the body transforming in ways beyond control, fear of violence breaking through the surface of domestic life, fear of losing the people you love to forces you cannot fight, fear of time, of death, of the dissolution of the self. These are not cartoon fears. These are human fears. They are the fears that the regular episodes of The Simpsons are, by design, protected against by the reset button and the loop and the floating timeline. The Treehouse of Horror is what happens when those protections are lifted, when the loop is allowed to break for one night each year and the actual anxiety of the character's situation is given its proper genre. The horror specials are not separate from the show. They are the part of the show that the regular episodes cannot contain. The overflow, the pressure release valve, the one time each year when Springfield admits what it actually is. Mystery, number 116. Why do couch gags matter? The couch gag is the most variable element of the show's opening sequence. It is the moment after the family rushes home from various Springfield locations, arrives simultaneously, and discovers what unusual thing has happened to the couch. For most of the show's history, this was a quick visual joke, a brief absurdist image that changed every week, a signature of the show's willingness to play with its own form. And then it became something else. Certain couch gags have been extended into short films in their own right. Some have been directed by celebrated animators and artists in ways that produce genuine artistic statements. The couch gag, over the years, has become the part of the opening where the show is allowed to comment on itself, to step outside the loop and acknowledge the loop's existence. There are couch gags that directly reference the floating timeline, couch gags that show the family aging or dying or being replaced by other cultural figures, couch gags that show the show's own production process, couch gags that are, when examined closely, the most honest thing the show has produced about what it is and what it means to have been running for 36 years. The couch gag is the show's subconscious. It is what the show is thinking about while the episode is thinking about something else. What does the couch gag as a 36-year archive reveal? What pattern emerges from the full collection of the images the show has placed in that 30-second space before the episode begins? It reveals a show that has always known what it is, that has always been aware of the loop, that has been leaving small, compressed, visual commentaries on its own impossible situation since the very beginning. The show knows it's a loop. It has known all along. It tells you every week in the opening credits in the one place where it is allowed to say it. Mystery number 117. What is Springfield's relationship with time? We have discussed the floating timeline as a narrative device and as a symptom. But the show's relationship with time runs deeper than the simple observation that characters don't age. Springfield experiences time in a profoundly unusual way. Events that should produce lasting change produce no change. The town absorbs catastrophes and returns to baseline. History does not accumulate in the normal way. The past is available for revision when the present requires a different past. This is not just the floating timeline. The floating timeline is the character-level symptom. The broader phenomenon is Springfield's relationship with causation. In the normal world, causes produce effects that persist. Actions have consequences. The past shapes the present in ways that cannot be revised, simply because the present would prefer a different past. In Springfield, the relationship between cause and effect is softer, more negotiable. The effect that an event should produce can be suppressed, deferred, redirected, or simply agreed away through the social compact we explored in the Skinner episode. Is this a property of Springfield specifically? Is there something about the specific configuration of this town, its contamination, its collective denial, its floating timeline, that has loosened the normal relationship between cause and effect? Or is Springfield simply an exaggerated version of something that is present everywhere? Does every community, every family, every institution have its own version of the Springfield relationship with time? Its own ability to suppress the effects of causes that are too expensive to process? Is Springfield the extreme case of something universal? Mystery. Number 118. What is the significance of the number 742? 742 Evergreen Terrace, the Simpson family's address. One of the most famous addresses in fiction, and also the number of Homer's documented errors at the nuclear plant. This is established in the show as a specific number, 742. The coincidence of the address and the error count is almost certainly intentional. The show's writers are too careful and too self-aware for this to be accidental. The house that is Homer's home is also the number that defines his failures at the plant. What does this mean? The most generous interpretation is that Homer's home and Homer's failures are inextricably linked. That the same life that produced the house on Evergreen Terrace also produced the 742 errors. That you cannot separate the domestic warmth from the professional catastrophe because they are the same thing, the same person, the same life, the same Homer. The less generous interpretation is darker. That the home Homer has built, the love and warmth of 742 Evergreen Terrace, is built on the 742 failures at the plant. That the family's existence depends on the continued operation of the facility that Homer's errors are slowly destroying. That the house and the plant are the same loop. 742 is not just an address. It is the show telling you that the home and the hazard are the same number. Mystery. Number 119. What is the Simpsons' relationship with death? Characters die in The Simpsons. Not the main characters, not under normal circumstances, but peripheral characters have died, and a few significant ones have died with real emotional weight. Bleeding Gums Murphy, Maud Flanders, Frank Grimes, Mona Simpson. These deaths were treated with varying degrees of seriousness, but they were treated. They were acknowledged. Their loss was registered in the show's emotional economy. But there are other deaths, background deaths, Molman deaths, that are not treated this way, and the contrast is the mystery. Why do some deaths matter and some deaths don't? Not in the obvious narrative sense of protagonists versus background figures, in the deeper sense of what the show believes about death in Springfield's universe. The answer seems to be that in Springfield, death matters when the person who died was someone whose loss changes the configuration of the story. Death is meaningful when it produces grief in a named character. Death is a punchline when the person who died is outside the emotional radius of the characters who would grieve. Molman's deaths don't count because nobody grieves them. Frank Grimes's death was one of the show's most disturbing moments precisely because it produced grief, and it produced the recognition that Springfield's most pointed critic could not survive Springfield. Frank Grimes died of Springfield. He died of being the one person who took the situation seriously, who insisted on consequences, who tried to hold Homer accountable. And Homer laughed. And Springfield laughed. And the man who tried to introduce reality into the loop didn't survive the attempt. Mystery. Number 120. Why does Springfield need the Simpsons? The town predates the family. Springfield existed before the Simpsons arrived. It was presumably a going concern, however dysfunctional, before Homer got the job at the plant and Marge moved to Evergreen Terrace. But something about the town's identity, its meaning, its function as a narrative space is so completely organized around the Simpson family that the town without them is incomprehensible. They are not just residents. They are the lens through which Springfield is understood, the axis around which its meaning is organized. Remove the Simpsons and Springfield is just a corrupt, contaminated, economically subordinate, mid-American town with an old billionaire and a problematic nuclear facility. Unremarkable. A place you would drive through and not notice. The Simpsons give Springfield its specificity, its particular quality, its meaning as a place where something is at stake. They are the reason we care about the cracked cooling towers. They are the reason the contamination matters. They are the reason Burns is not just a corrupt businessman, but the villain of a specific story. The Simpsons don't need Springfield. Springfield needs the Simpsons. And the mystery is whether Springfield knows this. Whether on some level, the town's collective unconscious, its social compact, its managed denial and institutional corruption, exists in its current form because the Simpsons are there and the Simpsons need it. The town exists to be the container for the family, and the family exists to give the container its meaning. Neither can exist without the other, which is another way of saying the loop is not just Homer's, it belongs to the town. And the town built it for the family, and the family lives in it. And all of us, watching from outside, watch because we understand without being able to say why, that the container and the contained are the same thing. Mystery. Number 121. What is the meaning of the couch? The couch, the destination, the place the family rushes to in every opening credits sequence, the place they always arrive, the place they always end up together. What is the couch? Not as furniture, as symbol, as the recurring image that opens every episode of a show that has been running for 36 years. The couch is the family together. That is the simple answer, and it is the right answer. The couch is the thing the show is always trying to get back to. The family in the same room, on the same surface. Together. All of the adventures and the disasters and the Homer goes to space and the Bart joins a gang and the Lisa discovers something terrible led back to the couch. Every thread in the episode's tapestry terminates at the couch. The couch is the conclusion of everything. What does it mean to have the same conclusion for 36 years? To have a show whose ending is always the same image? The family. Together. Home. It means the show is not actually about the adventures. It never was. The adventures are the vehicle for the image. Everything that happens in Springfield, every mystery we have explored tonight, every dark corner and hidden crime and impossible loop, all of it exists to give the family a reason to come home. The couch is the answer to the question the show has been asking since 1989. The question is, what matters? And the answer, every week, is this. The family, together, sitting down. In the house that hasn't changed, in the room that will not age. The couch is the only thing in Springfield that is exactly what it appears to be. Mystery. Number 122. Is the show a love story? After everything, after 36 years of cracked cooling towers and floating timelines, and contaminated water and frozen children and aging billionaires and skeletons in basements and mysteries that compound upon mysteries. Is The Simpsons, at its most fundamental, a love story? Not a romantic love story in the simple sense, though it contains that. A broader love story. A story about the love that exists between the specific people who happen to be a family. The specific love of a father for his children, a husband for his wife, a brother for his sister, a daughter for the impossible man who is her father. The show began with love. It has, in its best episodes, always been a show about love. Not sentimentalized, not perfected, not clean. The love of people who irritate each other and fail each other, and sometimes cause each other genuine harm, and who nevertheless, at the end of every episode, end up on the couch together. That love is the mystery that explains all the other mysteries. Why Homer stays, why Marge manages, why Bart provokes, why Lisa keeps asking questions, why Maggie watches. Because they love each other, Because despite everything Springfield has done to them and everything the loop has prevented them from being, they are a family. And the family, in its specific yellow-skinned, four-fingered, impossible form, is the most real thing in an otherwise unreliable world. The cracked cooling towers are real. The contamination is real. Burns's century of deliberate harm is real. And the love is also real. As real as any of it, more durable than most of it. The Simpsons is a love story disguised as a disaster story. And the disaster is why the love matters. End of Section 9, Section 10. The Final Mysteries. Questions the show will never answer. Mysteries 123 through 131. And closing. We are nearly at the end. The house on Evergreen Terrace is getting quieter. The last of Springfield's lights are going out, one by one, as the town settles into whatever passes for night in a place that doesn't quite follow the normal rules. 9 mysteries remain. Not the biggest ones, necessarily. Not the most dramatic. But the ones that, in the quiet of the late hour, feel the most important. The questions that don't demand resolution, but that deserve to be held. Mystery. Number 123. What does Homer dream about? Not in the coma theory sense. In the ordinary sense. When Homer falls asleep on the couch in the middle of a Sunday afternoon, in the brief, unconscious intervals between episodes, what does his mind produce? The show has depicted Homer's dreams occasionally. They tend toward food. Donuts, specifically. The infinite donut. The donuts that grow larger when thrown into the reactor core. The donut as the organizing symbol of Homer's desires. But dreams are not just expressions of desire, they are also processing. The mind working through what it has accumulated, what it needs to examine, what it cannot address directly during waking hours. What does Homer's mind, left to its own devices, need to process? The mother he barely knew, the employer who took her, the children he loves too much to think about losing. The specific weight of 36 years of managing to be enough, just barely, most of the time. Homer dreams. Nobody knows what he dreams about except that it is probably warmer and simpler than his waking life. Probably quieter? Probably organized around the family in the way that his best waking moments are organized around the family. In Homer's dreams, the loop doesn't reset. In Homer's dreams, things are allowed to simply be what they are. Good. Warm. His. That might be the best sleep anyone in Springfield gets. Mystery number 124. What would Springfield look like if the plant was clean? This is a counterfactual that the show has never attempted. A Springfield where the plant operates within safety parameters, where the water is clean, where the fish have the correct number of eyes. Would it still be Springfield? Would the community, the culture, the specific character of the town that has developed in the shadow of the cracked cooling towers survive the removal of the contamination? Or is Springfield, as we know it and love it and have spent this entire exploration examining, a product of the contamination? Is the specific, impossible, endlessly fascinating quality of the town inseparable from the damage that has been done to it? A clean Springfield might be a more functional community, better health outcomes, more cognitively capable citizens, a police force that works, a civic government that serves the public interest. Children who age, but it might not be Springfield. The dysfunction and the warmth and the specific humanity of the town, the way it generates stories and characters and moments of genuine emotional depth, might require the contamination, might be produced by it, might be in some terrible and beautiful way what damage looks like when it is survived with enough love. Mystery. Number 125. What happens to the town after Burns dies? Burns will die. Not in the show, which cannot let him die, but in the logic of the show, in the world the show has constructed. The weekly treatment will eventually fail, or the compound will eventually not be available, or Smithers will eventually miss an appointment. When Burns dies, what happens? The plant presumably continues operating under new ownership. The contamination continues. The corruption, which is institutionalized rather than personal, continues. The deal that guarantees Homer's employment presumably expires. But what about the infrastructure of control? The files, the network of compromised officials, the systematic management of information and accountability that Burns has maintained for a century? Who inherits that? Who has the knowledge and the relationships and the specific century-long understanding of how Springfield works at its deepest level to maintain what Burns has built? Smithers, perhaps. Smithers knows everything. Smithers has been present for the entirety of Burns's management of Springfield. Smithers is the most complete repository of Burns's knowledge and method. What would Smithers do with Springfield if he were the one in charge? Would he maintain the system? Dismantle it? Use the files for something entirely different? The death of Burns would be the most significant event in Springfield's history since the founding, and the show will never show it to us. Mystery number 126. What is Springfield's happiest moment? The show has produced moments of genuine joy, not the comic relief joy of Homer getting a donut. The deeper joy, the kind that sits in your chest and stays. Homer and Maggie in the Maggie Makes 3 episode. Homer looking at the photographs of Maggie that he has placed over his workstation where the degrading motivational poster used to be. I can't remember why I wanted this job if it weren't for this poster. And then the reverse, and on his workstation where the poster about being a big fat failure used to be, there are photographs of Maggie. The one who makes the job bearable. The one who makes the whole thing make sense. That moment. That specific moment of a man in a terrible situation who has found, in the middle of the terrible situation, the thing that makes it worth enduring. That is Springfield's happiest moment. Not the big victories, not the climactic episodes. The small, specific, private discovery that the thing that makes life worth living is right there. Always was. You just had to see it from the right angle. Homer, at his workstation in the plant that is poisoning him, surrounded by photographs of the daughter he loves, reminded of why he comes in every day. That is the happiest Springfield has ever been. And it is happy because of the difficulty, not despite it. The joy is only that specific because the cost is that specific. If the job weren't terrible, the photographs wouldn't mean as much. Springfield's happiest moment is inseparable from Springfield's darkest situation. They are the same moment. Mystery number 127. What would Lisa become if she left Springfield? The flash-forward episodes have given us one possible answer. A brilliant, principled adult woman. A leader. A person whose intelligence and moral seriousness find an appropriate stage. But the flash-forwards are Homer's projections, if the coma theory is right. They are the version of Lisa's future that Homer's unconscious mind is capable of imagining. What would Lisa actually become? Not the idealized version. Not the hope. The specific person that the specific combination of growing up in Springfield with Homer for a father and Marge for a mother, and Bart for a brother and Maggie watching everything from the corner, produces when given enough time and enough world. Springfield's gift to Lisa is not nothing. The capacity to see clearly, which is the thing that makes her exceptional, was developed in a context that required it. Growing up in Springfield, where the official story and the real story are never the same, where every institution is less than it claims to be, where seeing accurately is a form of daily survival, produced a Lisa whose perceptual clarity is extraordinary. The gift and the wound are the same thing, they always are. Lisa would leave Springfield and be remarkable. And some of the remarkableness would be traceable in ways Lisa might not enjoy acknowledging, to the specific difficulty of having grown up in a contaminated town with an impossible father and an unbreakable family. Mystery number 128. What is Moe actually afraid of? Moe presents as a hard character. Gruff, cynical, occasionally threatening. A bartender who has navigated the rough edges of Springfield's social ecosystem for decades without obvious injury. But the show has depicted, in isolated moments, a Moe whose gruffness is protective rather than natural. Who is afraid of something that the armor of the tough bartender persona is designed to defend against? What is it? The show suggests, in its best Moe moments, that he is afraid of irrelevance, of not mattering, of going through an entire life in the same bar, in the same position, without having been, in any way that can be measured or felt, necessary to anyone. The bar is his meaning. The regulars are his community. Homer's visits, as exhausting as Homer is, are the proof that Moe's existence has a specific weight in someone else's life. That the bar is not just a building, but a place. That Moe is not just a bartender, but a presence. If the bar went away, if the regulars found somewhere else, if the specific gravity of Moe's tavern dissolved, what would be left? The show has occasionally explored this, in the episodes where the bar is threatened, and the answer is always the same. Moe cannot exist without being the bartender. Not because the job is his identity, but because the job is his connection to the world. Moe is afraid of being alone in the deep way. The way that can't be fixed by company because the company he has is already the company. And even with the company, there is a loneliness that runs underneath everything. The loneliness of a man who knows himself to be, at some fundamental level, exactly as the world has always told him he is. Unremarkable, replaceable, present, just present, and hoping it's enough. Mystery. Number 129. Why does the show make us laugh? After everything we have spent this time exploring. The contamination and the conspiracy and the grief and the frozen children and the engineering of Homer's suffering and the systematic destruction of everything that should have been different. Why is it funny? Not just funny, deeply, persistently, affectionately funny. The kind of funny that makes you feel good about the world rather than worse about it. The kind of funny that a show about genuine suffering should not, by any reasonable expectation, be able to produce. The answer is something about recognition. The Simpsons makes us laugh because it shows us something true and allows us to recognize it. Not the dark truth, the human truth. The truth that even in the worst circumstances, in the most broken families, in the most dysfunctional communities, there are people trying, making breakfast, showing up, loving imperfectly, existing with more care and humor and warmth than their circumstances should produce. Homer is trying. Marge is trying. Even Bart, whose performance of not caring is the most elaborate performance of caring in the show's history, is trying. The laugh is the recognition of that effort. The affectionate laugh of someone who sees themselves in the trying, who recognizes in Homer's specifically doomed relationship with competence and dignity, the specifically doomed relationship we all have with being as good as we intended to be. We laugh because we know this, because we are all, in our own ways, Homer at the reactor console. Doing our best, eating the donut, hoping nothing too terrible happens on our watch. And mostly it doesn't. And mostly we're fine. And the love at the end of the episode is real, even if we can't always hold it through to the next one. Mystery number 130. What does the show owe its audience? 36 years. 788 episodes. An investment of attention and affection that spans, for many viewers, their entire conscious lives. People who were born after the show premiered are now adults. Entire generations have grown up with the Simpson family as a cultural constant. The show owes those people something. Not a specific story, not a particular resolution, something more fundamental. The acknowledgement that the investment was not wasted. The show acknowledges this in small ways, in the episodes that earn genuine emotion after decades of established trust, in the callbacks to early seasons that reward the people who have been watching all along, in the occasional moments when the show steps back from the comedy and says simply, "We know you've been here this whole time. We know what you've brought to this. The debt is also to the characters." To the versions of Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie that live in the audience's imagination, the accumulated emotional investment of decades of watching. Those are real people in the only sense that fictional people can be real. They have been given life by the attention of millions of watchers, held in existence by the collective act of watching and caring and returning. What does the show owe Homer? To tell his story with the seriousness it deserves, even inside the comedy. To honor the grief and the love and the specific, impossible dignity of a man who should be devastated and who is mostly fine. The show owes Homer the acknowledgement that he tried, that the trying counted, that the 742 errors don't erase the love for his daughter that covered the poster. Mystery Number 131. Why will we keep watching? After all of this. After the tour through every dark corner, every unresolved mystery, every documented horror, and every buried crime, and every structural impossibility of Springfield's existence. After the contamination and the coma and the fixed elections, and the poisoned water and the frozen children, and the century-old man in his medical prison, and the family that can never age out of the configuration that keeps them together, but also keeps them trapped. After all of it, why will we keep watching? The answer is not complicated, even if everything else about Springfield is. We will keep watching because Homer comes home. Every episode, without fail. He comes through that door, and they are there. And it is good. Even when everything is bad, it is good. We will keep watching because Lisa is going to be okay. Somehow, in some future, the floating timeline prevents us from reaching. Lisa is going to be okay, and we need to believe that, and the show has been making that argument for 36 years. We will keep watching because Maggie is watching us back. Through the screen, through the pacifier, through the 36 years of strategic silence. She is watching. She is counting. She is planning. And when she finally acts, we want to be there. We will not miss it. We will keep watching because the couch is still there. Because the opening credits still play. Because the yellow family still rushes home from their separate corners of Springfield to land on the couch at the same moment and sit down together. And we watch because we are the loop. We are the people who press play every week and choose deliberately to return to Springfield. To the town that never changes. To the family that never ages. To the show that will not end. Not because we must, because we want to. Because the alternative to pressing play is acknowledging that 36 years have passed, that we are older, that the world has changed, that the couch we watched from is gone or different, that the family we watched with has grown up or apart or away. And as long as The Simpsons is there, as long as the loop is running, as long as Homer is coming home, we can sit down. We can be with them. We can be, for 42 minutes, in the place where the family never leaves, and the children never grow up, and the love never runs out. Springfield is impossible. Springfield is real. Springfield is ours. We built it by watching. We keep it alive by coming back. And we will keep coming back. Because that is what you do with home. Even when it's broken, especially then. You come home. 131 mysteries. Some of them are solved in the sense that the show provided answers. Some of them are unsolvable in the sense that the show has no intention of providing them. And some of them, the deepest and strangest and most quietly devastating ones, are not mysteries at all. They are the show looking at you, asking whether you have been paying attention, whether you have noticed what has been quietly sitting in the background of 36 years of comedy and catastrophe and couch gags and impossible resilience. Whether you see the three-eyed fish, whether you wonder about the water, whether you have looked, really looked, at the cracked cooling towers on the edge of the most famous fictional town in American history, and asked the question that nobody in Springfield will ever ask. What is wrong with this place? You have been asking it for the last several hours, and the asking is its own kind of answer. Springfield is what we made it. America is what we made it. The loop is what we made it. And the family, yellow and four-fingered and endlessly trying, is what we love. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield with me. Turn off the light when you're ready. Homer will be here when you wake up. He always is.